Okay, her fleet's back now. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, yeah, so far so good. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's weird. Because I'm like not even uploading on the PC, but I think that's affecting it. Yeah. Anyway, that yeah, hopefully now that doesn't really affect that anymore. Playing her out of my end. Yeah, just gotta hope it doesn't affect it. Yeah, okay, do that. Yeah, if I recall correctly, it should be around here-ish. Again, more so near the gate. Wait, what? Lucky nerves. Was it her? Yeah, I think it was her. Yeah, there. There we go. Yeah, see, and the fact that she does say little, again, it just makes me think that when Eggman attacked the festival, you know, maybe there was like a robot or two that blew up the bridge, maybe. Because it's not like Mephiles is around at this point, so what else could it be? You know? Maybe it was just a natural disaster, but I like thinking outside the box. That's a bit more spice, but anyway. Yeah, I always found that interesting there. Oh, right. Sorry. Should get rid of that. Yeah, I don't know. Just knowing that an egg gunner can blow up the pillars of the altar that Sonic was standing on. Like, I don't know. It could be a natural disaster. But I think I could believe that an egg gunner could do this. Yeah, I believe I did actually cover that in the all useful NPC information video. Because I did want to make a video on that, and I'm glad I did. But depending on it, if I missed anything, maybe I should update it. Like, I'm pretty sure I got it all, because I was really going into the PS3 playthrough and just really writing down everything that was useful and, you know, recording it to put it in that compilation. Yeah, well, it's so tiny, I almost missed it. See, and that's interesting too, how it's supposed to have just fallen down as if it was still there, but they didn't actually add it as an object. Which, well, I mean, they did technically do that, but they didn't have it before there was no bridge, because, you know, now if I go back, it's there. But when it wasn't present, it wasn't like, you know, in the water or, you know, anything. What happens if I reset it? Let's just see. Yeah, see, like here, there's like, I don't know, maybe it's a bit too much expectation to want to see it below in the water, but I think you know, when Chaos eventually gets to this map, I'll tell him about the whole theory with the yeah, 06 bridge conspiracy. Yeah. And maybe if he takes a liking to it, he could maybe add some ash or some burn marks to the bridge, maybe. Depending on what he thinks about it. Yeah, did I miss anyone? Just didn't really check over here. I don't think there is anyone. I mean, still, thank God Cheddar with the homing dash. How fast that is. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think anybody ever, like, goes to the back behind the mirror. Ooh. Oh my lord, is that who I think it is? Is that the one that you save, like, later on in Shadow's story? Yeah, it is. I was expecting something like, oh, I don't know how to get to the top. Maybe you have to find a way to get somewhere high, or use a mechanic, or something to kind of hint that you have to look elsewhere. It says that, like, you can bloody enter the castle town from there. Yeah, honestly, I really am hyped to see Hubworlds in Pier 6. Because there's so much that can be done with them. you know, even just not even modifying the layout and just making use of all the unused objects. I wonder if this will update. Oh man, I wanted to go play. What about now? Yeah, see, like, again, it's like, they told it to do this. I still find it interesting that Demo Shatter, you had to collect 2 gauge ups to fully max out the gauge meter, compared to, obviously, yeah, here, you just have to touch it once. So I remember seeing, like, the review builds placement for this area, there was 2 gauge up capsules. Can't go there. And yeah, there was a glider here instead of this warp thing. Which is easily better, having the glider. It's definitely a better transition to Kingdom Valley. I think the reason they removed it, though, is because they didn't really like the idea of Shadow kind of clipping into the mirror to activate it. Which, yeah, fair. But, I don't know. I feel like they could have just removed it for just Shadow's campaign, having him just fly off into the distance, then transition into, you know, Kingdom Valley. But, oh well. 'Tis what it is. Makes me that much more curious with PR6, I guess. What story stuff did you find out this game? Self changes or dramatize the stuff that was changed? Well, I do intend to make a video speaking about like the changes from like the original script, because I've had the script leak for a while, but I never knew that there was like more pages, because the way you cycle through to the next page, just, I don't know, for some reason it was never really clear to me. So being able to check out all the other stories, because I could only check out Sonic's story, but only till just a few months ago I was able to really look into Shadow and Silver's as well. And I'll have to return to it fully if I'm going to do some kind of video coverage. But so far the only thing that seems different is one of the previous videos I covered with Sonic's arc in Tropical Jungle, how that cutscene where they're in the plains, it seems like that was meant to take place around that area, which, you know, again, kind of makes sense, you know, given it's sort of tropical looking compared to a desert. So, yeah, I guess there's that. But, even a cutscene that I've pointed out a few times, where, comparing the, like, how the opening cutscene used to look with, Sonic and Silver in Crisis City, where Silver finds Sonic, how that would have meant that the cutscene where Mephiles tells Silver about Sonic would have had to have changed, and, yeah, that does appear to be the case from the script leak as well, so... yeah, I'll definitely have to revisit it if I'm going to look more into it and turn it into some kind of a video. But those are just from the top of my head from the last time I checked it. In terms of like lines, I don't know, maybe it was just a translation thing, because it pretty much is the same with what we got. Although it still is interesting to see, you know, minor differences, like you know, the first time he meets up with Tails, when Sonic meets up with Tails, Tails goes, "Oh, I'm glad you're here, Sonic," compared to "I'm glad you're here." So, you know, again, very minor differences, but I don't know if that's actually how it was meant to be recorded, but they just changed it, or I don't know. I really don't know, but that is something interesting I've noticed, though, how, well, interesting to me anyway, but how often Tails just at least used to say Sonic compared to just, you know, what we got, because, you know, even with what we got, you know, Tails does say Sonic a lot. And, yeah. Just, again, very, very tiny details, but still, it is interesting to see what they changed. I do think that Sonic's story had the most changes compared to Shadow and Silver, because, like, even with what we got, it does feel like Sonic's is the most unpolished compared to the rest. So yeah, for that reason, I can understand. But yeah, I certainly would like to make a video talking about, like, specifically what went on, not so much in Sonic's story, because I have already dug at that a bit, but how Silver's story would have gone with, again, Mephiles telling him to look for Sonic in Crisis City, how that would have affected his campaign as a whole. Because the structure is still there, but, you know, taking into consideration the deleted scenes as well as the deleted cutscenes, yeah, I think it would be nice to kind of just, even if it is just a theory, to put together roughly what may have happened at one point. It would be good to talk about in general. I still can't believe that's a feature. It feels more like a glitch. But, yeah, according to the guide, that was something that they wanted you to be able to do, being able to get this kind of moon jump sort of thing you can do. And it only happens when you jump after, like, immediately bombing something. So, yeah, very strange, but, it doesn't seem to work all the time. Maybe it's when you destroy something? Oh, no. Yeah, it does feel a bit janky. And I have actually informed Chaos about this, but I don't think he's going to implement it. Which, you know, I do understand. You know, we've already got Amy and Blaze with, you know, double jumps, and okay, well, it's not a double jump. It might as well be a double jump in the form of a single jump with the height. So I got, okay, no, I didn't get the one in the castle one. I still can't believe that this, like, glass window, if you land on it or trip on it, it plays a semi-unused glass sound effect. For, yeah, the player interacting with the glass. Because outside of this area, it's, yeah, that sound or sounds are never used. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna implement some kind of a radar, but it does suggest with the unused lines that there was going to be a radar at least in the hub worlds. I really don't know if that would have been a thing in actual stages. It does make sense for treasure hunting sections, but there hasn't really been a lot of, leads or evidence that it was going to be a thing. At least nothing that comes to mind. Now, what am I doing? Does that lead to anywhere? I forget. Just a one-up. Yeah, it's still there. I swear this has changed from, like, the renders they made of this. Because I was looking at like, all the character artwork and, enemies and vehicles, and I remember looking at, like, the glider and the hover vehicle, and it looks more silver, and I can see where that is still present here, but yeah, I don't know. Some angles it just looks like the rest of it. Now why? Oh wait, can I? Okay, no. Thought it wouldn't let me back in for a second. I think something that always annoyed me about this stage is how these towers just automatically fall. Like, for the longest time I thought it was just, oh, okay, maybe, an egg gunner, like, shot at it, or I accidentally, Vulcaned it. But, no, it kind of just do it by itself when you get close enough, like so. Yeah. Might be just me there. Good old crates. Acting like springs. Rip S rank, I guess. Guess you can always go this way alternatively. Yeah. Yeah, at least there's that. Damn it. You should be good at doing that. I'm trying to think, is there anything up here? I doubt it. Oops. Yeah, whatever. Let's just keep going. Yeah. See, now I'm curious about that. If that's something to maybe consider, how SA2 like changes the oh snap, the what's it called? The positioning where everything's like located. Yeah, if we had that kind of formula for the keys in a Pier 6 or something. I could see that being an option, but it's whether Chaos wants to do that, I guess. That's a good question. I don't know, because I really should have pointed it out more often. Like, even in the review, I did want to talk about it, but I just never got around to it, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely will take note of that, either for the demo for, or release 2 review, or just pointing it out to Chaos whenever. Because yeah, I definitely feel that could be a thing, and I certainly wouldn't mind it. But in terms of unused animations for vehicles, a lot is used that was unused, which is freaking awesome. I know not everything is used, and I'm not sure if that's going to change in the future, but still, what we've got right now, it's pretty, like, wow already. Yeah, like, I'm very satisfied with the glider, for example. Because there was like a damage animation for every time you'd hit collision, and that just makes such a big difference already. Yeah, sure. Okay, just give me a second, because I'm gonna change this temporarily. Do I still have that open? Yes, I do. Let's go. Hopefully the IP hasn't changed. Okay, cool. So, if I do that, okay, that's good. Hopefully that will help me a bit. Okay, that's more than a bit, but I think it will do. Alrighty then. One thing I just noticed is that I don't think it's going to be beatable normally. Okay, that should do it. Huh! Even when I've changed the curve back, it still behaves this way. But now, it's back to normal. Yeah, it's interesting how it stores the curve when you're in a recovery state. But, okay, so I think, yeah, now it should be fine. Hopefully, anyway. I haven't fully done this, so I don't know. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Nice. Yeah, see, I've always loved that ability, being able to take down enemies behind the other. Okay, I didn't damage him that time, but still. Maybe now. Nah, too far away. Let's try. Okay, never mind, it's dead. But yeah, still, it's cool if we can get it working. Like here, for example, if I was facing forward, I would have been able to hit the enemy. Maybe even this robot, if I can. Should be able to do it on a crate. Let's try that again. Okay, no. I'm just cucking this with the angling. There we go, that's better. Yeah, it's pricky, but yeah, you have to really be facing the enemy if you want to get it to work. And even then, it'll sometimes do that, where it just kind of moves them, but it doesn't actually do damage for some enemies. So it's not always useful, but when it is, it is. You see what I mean? How he just drops. Like, I'm still shocked that it actually did behave better in the demo. Because it did still keep the drop. But it did it in such a way where it would only happen when you would want to perform a Chaos Smash. And if there was no enemies, then you would drop, rather than dropping when you're trying to, progress using a homing dash. Because, yeah, it would trigger when you're in a jump, not when you're in a homing attack, so, it's still pricky if you were to, jump and try to do a homing, a Chaos Smash, around a bottomless pit and, it just doesn't work. Yeah, sure, that'd be pricky. But still, I think that would have been better than what we got. And fortunately, it's very tricky to even try to explain it, to describe it. So I think I'll have to explain it more in detail when I talk about it in the next Tier 6 release review. So hopefully that'll make it a bit more understandable to Chaos. You know what? I never actually understood the whole point of this spring. Like, does it... No, it doesn't even lead to a silver medal. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not. It's literally the purpose of it, just to send you back. You're, haha, we trolled you. Yeah, see why. Because they've never really had a game where it's like, ooh, these characters are actually really interesting, I want to see what happens, what they do with them. It's just... Like, even having, like, Cream in Adventure 1, she's just... Or is it Adventure DX? I can't remember, but either way, just, having her there in the background, it's like, oh, okay. Cool. And this area bothers me so much, how it was that E3 2005 area. An area that was a part of what was a super early version of Kingdom Valley, earlier than TGS 05. But, we don't get it because it's just the castle, just the inside of the castle. It's like, no, if only. Like I get it, it would be it would be slowing down a lot more if they did have the entire area. But see, like this by itself could be made into a video. How much changed with Kingdom Valley, like to show its evolution, because it really did go through some pretty interesting changes, both big and small. From like the E3 Kingdom Valley to the final, there is differences there that I don't believe I pointed everything out in the explanation video, which again it does need updating, and I'll look into sometime after I get this TGS explanation video done. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. It makes sense. Although, knowing that Demer's take with Shatter's Kingdom Valley had him progress through that section in the same way Sonic progressed through the section, does make me wonder maybe if the spring was meant to be like a bit of a, oh, if you want to skip the light dash, hit this spring. But yeah, I've always found that interesting too, how Shatter's Kingdom Valley was basically a copy-paste of Sonic's. Because it's, it's not unheard of for characters to have pretty much the same layout, slightly modified. It could have been, instead of just having the goal ring where you would switch back to Sonic for Silver's take on it, it could have been where Silver's take has the goal ring, if that makes sense. So it really is just the full section. Which, really wouldn't be different from Sonic's. It would just be, instead of going through that door, going to the next section, it would be either hitting the goal ring, or maybe it would make use of that unused cave that Pier 6 used at one point. See, that too is pretty interesting how they, they had plans for either an alternate route or, I don't know. It's just, I think it was meant to be an alternate route, given how Section 1 of Kingdom Valley has like a cave route, and you can take that upper route, or you can take the lower route, the adventure area as they call them, taking multiple routes to get to your next section or whatever. Yeah, I think easily Kingdom Valley is the one stage that went through the most changes. Because looking at like E3 Crisis City, there really is no differences that I can see, that I can notice. If you look at the trailers, you see like a dust tornado. If you look very carefully at some of the buildings positionings in the trailer footage, there is an extra building there. But aside from those two differences that I've noticed, it's identical to retail. Again, with the tornado, there might be different particles or different particle placement, but in terms of the actual geometry itself, again, to my knowledge, the only difference is that one building in the trailers. And I do say trailers specifically because it wasn't even in the E3 demo, so yeah. But overall, it really hasn't changed that much. So, like, the only hint of, you know, what Crisis City looked like at one point is in the form of Section D. How that could have been an early version of Section 2 or Section B. Which, you know, makes sense. Yeah, I definitely could believe that, rather it being its own section. Although I do say that, but it's not unheard of for other sections to reuse geometry from previous sections. Oh, by the way, I always found that strange too. I don't know. Has anybody picked up on that? How Rouge goes, oh, we're still in the Doctor's base. But they weren't. They were, you know, they were at Kingdom Valley, but... Okay, now they're back in the Doctor's base, but I don't know. It just sounds like they were meant to warp from White Acropolis to Crisis City in the same way Sonic did. But, again, there might be a bit of a lead there where an early Shadow story didn't have Kingdom Valley, maybe. Yeah, God, there really is so much I could go over in video form. Yeah, really small buildings. Yeah, for the longest time I never noticed that. It was only until I really could free roam around that area with the gameplay camera. I was like, oh god, these are like really tiny. It's like, okay, because of the camera for cutscenes making everything small look big, I get why they did that. As well as to kind of just, you know, less chance the game's gonna like slow down with smaller environments. And again, I think that comes back to why they removed it from that E3 2005 area, not having the forest. Which, yeah, is a real shame, but yeah, I remember like the first time I was gonna like free roam around it, I had a feeling that it wouldn't have been there, because you can roughly see from the cutscene that there really isn't a foresty looking area outside, it's just a texture. But, still. I was curious, but, oh well. It really is just a texture. Now, is it this section? Okay, no. I believe it's the final section that we might be able to bypass one of the areas that could lead to a death. I'll have to look out for it, I guess. Yeah, see, like this. This is again like a copy paste of Sonic's, which, you know, makes sense since they are traveling together, and maybe that's the reason they decided to change it with Sonic and Shadow's Kingdom Valley, since, you know, it's really Silver that travels with Sonic at that point in the story. But, you know, going back to how the demo's take on it looked, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but, you know, I just can't help but wonder, because of the placement being similar and being in respect to the characters traveling together, could it have been that at one point Shadow was meant to travel with Sonic in Kingdom Valley? Um, this could either A, explain why a cutscene was deleted, where the egg carrier crashes, or it could explain a little theory I had a while back, where I used to think that Kingdom Valley was actually Sonic's first stage in his story. But if that somehow is true, this is like seriously early we're talking. And there are a lot of leads that point elsewhere, so it's probably not true. It's just me theorizing. But it's something that I just, you know, every now and then I do come back to you know, take notes just in case we do find something big. Uh-oh. Yep, I can see that happening. Oh, man. Yeah, so true. But please remember that Crisis City is meant to be 200 plus years into the future. So, you know, I'm more than positive that, you know, the citizens of Soliana would have wanted to expand the city. But yeah, I do believe that it's like a bad future new city. A new city that's, yeah, obviously a lot bigger 200 years later. I mean, that's my view on it. My view on it anyway, but yeah. Because it you know, it does have elements of New City present here. And if you think about it, you know, Sonic heads to White Acropolis, and the White Acropolis mirror is in New City, and they get sent from White Acropolis to the future 200 years later, 200 plus years later, and they're in a New City, bad future kind of like environment. So yeah. That could also come back to the Rouge line, where she goes, "Oh, we're still in the Doctor's base." How that could have just been, yeah, from White Acropolis to Crisis City rather than Kingdom Valley at one point. Now, there is something that has been recently discovered in the speedrunning community, and I don't know how it works fully. I know it's similar to like a rock launch. I don't know how consistent it is. Oh, fuck me. Holy shit, that is insane. Okay. Okay. I was not expecting that to work right then. Jesus. Yeah, okay, that's... Is that a rock? Okay, it is. Whoops. Damn it. Yeah, because I know you can do it in section 2 as well. Okay, I think I'm destroying these wrong. I think I'm meant to be on it when I do it. Yeah, wow, that is insane. You know, I'm honestly very proud of them for uncovering this, because, you know, for the longest time I've just tried time and time again to encourage them to do rock launches and try to find strategies that are similar to rock launches, and, you know, this is one of them. And, you know, here we are, finally. It makes me that much more curious about how a Taz for 06 would look, potentially. Because it would be in the form of, you know, these struts launching the rubble. I don't want to spend too much time here, but... Oh my god, that is insane. Yeah, that's surprisingly consistent. Like, okay, maybe not in the direction you're going, but still, you actually stand on it like a lot more than I thought you would. Compared to a rock, anyway. Yeah, wow, that's insane. Anyway. I still have a feeling by some of this religion across the city. I was gonna mention that, but yeah, there definitely is a similarity. You know, I don't know. Okay, no, I don't think here. But this area for Silver's take on this section is like one of the sphere-looking objects that is present in Empire City, and it's like. The only thing that's changed is it's, you know, not like a bad future take on it, you know, it's not rusty, it's like more modern, more like it's, you know, new. Because other than that, like, texture enhanced, it's just, it really is the same mold. You know, that plus some buildings, it's like, yeah, I can definitely see where they've, you know, wanted to recycle or 06 elements, you know, even if you go to the hub worlds, of like Empire City, for example, for that hub area, they actually use or reuse the Wave Ocean like umbrellas, and I believe they even make use of the unused colors, the unused textures, and it's like they really did recycle a lot of our 06 elements, and you know what? I encourage it. You know, it's great. It's one way to make use of such elements of 06 that was going to be used. And, you know, even in the form of the sound design, you know, that his homing dash sound effect, that was going to be used for the homing smash for 06, you know, so like even when you press start, the title screen, that was used for the E3 demo of 06, and it was going to be used in the final. So it's like, again, even the sound design recycles a lot of 06 sounds, both used and even unused, just in the files. And it's freaking awesome. It makes it that much more consistent. You know, you're playing a Sonic game. Actually, before I continue, I'll try this. So I think this does lead to a death. Okay, no, it would if I left it. But I can't, like, yeah, no, I can't actually go back to that platform the way this is going. I mean, even if it did, at least I got the checkpoint. Oh, okay, so those reset, do they? Alright. Alright. Yeah, so true, so true. And it's the main reason I really do want to achieve Mission 1 skip before returning to speedrunning this game, because, you know, I am more than confident that it is possible, manipulating the barrel physics, you know, breaking the physics engine, and yeah, manipulating them in such a way where you can use them as full holds to jump off, homing attack, jump again, and make it to the island, and yeah, ultimately skip Mission 1 and getting into Wave Ocean, skipping about like 2 minutes, which is, you know, pretty big for speedrunning. And you know, technically speaking, Mission 1 has been skipped, but it is using a slower strategy, so slow that, unfortunately, because of the setup for it, it would be faster to do it normally. So, on one hand, okay, cool, it does skip the mission, so, you know, yay in that regard, but on a technical speedrunning standpoint of the game, it would never be used, you know, it wouldn't be useful. However, with this strategy that I'm trying to pull off with, yeah, manipulating barrels, jumping off of them to reach the island, yeah, again, it would save at least 2 minutes, so it's just, it's why I've really put everything speedrunning-wise on hold, because I really do want to get this done before, you know, doing anything else, because if I don't believe anyone else is, at least until we get Taz tools, and even then, it's like, okay, you know, we might get Taz tools and we might be able to confirm it that way that, you know, it is possible, but I don't know. Since I am the one that thought of the strategy and really encouraged everyone to try and do it and get it working, I do feel this kind of obligation to do it myself. And yeah, sure, I could be patient. I could wait, and till we get Taz tools, then I could maybe look into it. But I don't know. I feel like it would be a bit more rewarding doing it, you know, legitimately without tools, you know, and on hardware. Yeah, some of these locations are just like, okay, the goal ring was in this section, fair. But you know, it's like at the start of the section. I just can't help but wonder if the goal ring was at one point at the start of Silver's section, maybe, and you just, yeah, do the section in reverse or something like that. Maybe I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. See, I'd be curious about if Chaos would be interested in maybe updating the locations, because, you know, like, take for example what we have already seen with Wave Version. You know that location is in Section 1, and, you know, Sonic just finished Section 2, so, you know, I certainly would love to see the cutscene in the more appropriate area, I guess. Make it a bit more believable where they are. You know, likewise for that previous cutscene. This works because, you know, they are at the start of the stage. The next cutscene is debatable, but it works since it is setting up Endless. So it's like, you know, some do work. But, Shadow's Wave Ocean, that one's really got me beat. Because, you know, it's like opposite of Sonic's, you know? Like, it just makes me wonder if, you know, again, maybe in earlier builds, they did go through the sections that way, you know, where, yeah, where Shadow would have ended up in Section 2 in the same way Sonic did. And maybe, again, with the consistency with Sonic, Sonic would have ended it in Section 1. Like, I doubt it. I really do. But if somehow, some freaky coincidence, it actually was true, like, I imagine it would have to be super early. Like, Shadows, I can believe, especially given very hard. Sonic's Wave Ocean, not so much. But still, interesting to think about. Cutscenes at the end of the world book. Yeah. And again, it's like, it is the right section, it's just wrong position, you know? It's like where that section started for Shadow. You know, even Crisis City, you know, the location is like right in the middle of the level, instead of right at the start. Which, you know, when I heard Chaos was doing a cutscene for the start of Crisis City, I was afraid that he would replicate that, where they would be in the middle of the stage and then it would go into the start. So, yeah, thank God that didn't happen. Yeah, see how there's like more than one gauge ups? This is what I mean, how Demo Shadow really did have it where you would have to collect more than one to fully max out the gauge. Which, yeah, I always found that interesting. You know, I think I do prefer it, because it is easier to just have it as one. But given like how the code like translates and calculates it, it would have been different for every character. So, you know, if you revert back to Shadow's take on it from the demo, where you would have to collect 2, Sonic's would be different. You'd have to collect like 3 or 4. Likewise with Silver. So I'm not sure how accurate that is to how they wanted it to be, but either way, I can see like different results per character. Like Silver's, I do prefer that being full, given how much he uses his gauge compared to everyone else. So Sonic's, I could see that being a lot less compared to Shadow and Silver. That's weird. I thought I saw something. Apparently not. I don't know why, but every time you snap there, he always misses the spring. for some reason. Although at that time it worked, interestingly. It could be, yeah, actually, you know what? It's probably to do with the cage interfering. But that's always been an interesting debate, where the Sonic team planned for the programming of the Chaos Snap to behave that way or not, because, you know, in cases like here, you know, I missed the spring despite snapping into the cage, and you could say that that's a glitch, and I would agree, and, you know, I still do, but if you do check out, say, Radical Train's Very Hard layout, the game actually wants you to snap inside the cage. There's no other way to progress, so, again, it's an interesting debate. You're toast, yeah. You know, I think it might already be just a hunch. Let's see this drop in action. Oh! Okay, never mind. Yeah, wow, sometimes that's really is unpredictable if you're gonna recover or not. Like here, for example. Yep. Okay, I predicted that one though, I guess. So sometimes you can. You roughly know where it may do it, may not do it. But it you know, I've got to admit, there in the past there has been a bit of a consistency with the lights, the sphere-like lights, where you won't recover, at least when you're in Chaos Boost form. And I think, hang on, let's just try this out. Yeah, see, it does seem to be, when I do a snap, I'll do it again, hopefully I don't die. I die, okay, whatever. But yeah, there does seem to be a consistency there. Maybe they just hadn't programmed the state to go into a recovery state when you're in Chaos Snap for those objects, maybe. I don't see them programming it differently for Chaos Burst, but that's the only thing that comes to mind. But this is pretty interesting there. Hang on, let's just do this again. So Chaos Snap, and try it here. Yeah, see, I got it again. So, yeah, okay, there is a bit of a consistency there. I'm not really too familiar with that. I'll try it again. See, yeah, okay, that time I did snap, and I did recover, so maybe there is an inconsistency to the capsules. Or maybe it's specific to which capsule you're doing it on, maybe. Yeah, like, let's try here. Or not. It's probably too late now. Yeah, you know, I think it is specific to the capsules, because I think yeah, because they do technically register each like separate capsule with like say 5, 10, 20 rings. They list that as 3 different objects. So yeah, it could be specific to one or more. Depends. Yeah, I always found this interesting how it's, you know, because like Crisis City is pretty much identical aside from the, you know, 4th section. You know, because the 3rd section, you're pretty much still ending up going to the same, you know, point B. But it's the 4th that really does change. But with Flame Core, like, okay, setting up the next cutscene. But even so, there's no attempt to make them go alternate routes. Although I say that there really is no way to do that, I guess. This definitely won't be an S rank, that's for sure. Turn on as a mechanic, sniffing to the cage to skip enemies. Yeah, and the fact that they did take advantage of this in Very Hard, I do intend to point this out to Chaos, and whether he implements it or not, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, because I can definitely see him looking at this and thinking this is just a glitch. I'm not going to replicate that, but you know, then again, there's the whole debate with, but they did this in Very Hard, so, you know, what his reaction to that will be, will, I guess, determine if he's going to do it or not. Yeah, I mean, if it were up to me, and I wasn't trying to like play it legitimately the way it was meant to be played, yeah, I probably would skip it myself. Yeah, because it's not even that difficult. Because like, okay, it was built for characters to glide around there, but despite that, you know, characters like Sonic and Shadow still can navigate around there. Try this out out of curiosity. I think I have done this in the past, but I forget. I think it does work, but I have to be really fast. Yeah, I'm on board with that idea though, having it so it, you know, you can skip the enemies, because, you know, for campaigns like Silver and Shadow, you know, it definitely can it can get very lengthy, having the same repetitive defeat the enemies to progress, defeat the enemies to, you know, unlock the cage or unlock the door. So yeah, like even if it's just for Shadow, at least it's something. And I guess again with the DLC, how that does encourage you to do that. Yeah, I think it could be done. Yeah, you have to be really fast with that. Might as well just keep going instead of restarting. I do get another 2 attempts. There we go, got it, let's go. Yeah, you have to be pretty much homing attacking it as soon as he comes down, so... Yeah, that's cool. You can even get it with a boss like Iblis. Which, I don't know, may come as no surprise since you can do it with Cerberus, but just a shame you can't damage Cerberus using this method. That would be interesting. Too early. Yeah, it is quite precise though. It's a shame too, because if that state weren't interrupted with the launch to the spring, you probably could just immediately take down all the hits on Iblis. Because again, like how we established this with Cerberus, how if you keep going with the combat-oriented states, when Cerberus is continuously moving away from you, it still is locked onto him. So I assume that it would behave the same way for Iblis as well. So again, if that launch didn't interrupt the combat-oriented states, I think you probably could get through Iblis quite fast. Whew, that was close. I feel with Pierce extrusions, enemies to reverse doesn't feel like it drags and works for a skull. Yeah, I definitely do like it the way it is. And I get that there is a delay for that reason, to allow for the player to, you know, go after more enemies and really build up the score. But the way I see it, how R6 would have handled it, is it would have shown you the logo, and you would have been able to update it with each, you know, either enemy defeat or ring light dash or, you know, anything. So yeah, you know, it might seem a bit to continuously and repeatedly have the logos progress from great to perfect, but I don't know. I prefer that idea over just having nothing until you just stop, because sometimes it really is like delayed to the point that you just it comes out of nowhere and you go, oh, what was that for? So I do feel that it differs in that regard. Was there any content for the end of the world level? Kind of. In terms of outside of the level, it would have been accessible as a mirror where you would, yeah, jump into it and that would warp you to the level. So with that knowledge, it does seem like, or it does suggest, especially with the loading screen image, that Lost Story was meant to have a hub world. And yeah, you would have jumped into this mirror, because, you know, there is a texture for that. Yeah, just unused. And I actually did perk at this in my April Fools this year. I made use of that unused texture for the end of the world mirror. But in terms of, like, in the actual stage, yeah, I guess there is. There is for Omega and Shatter's section. If you look carefully at the Emerald colors, everyone's is correct to the soundtrack title, but for Omega and Shatter's, in gameplay, it's just a white Chaos Emerald, when if you look at the soundtrack, Omega's was meant to be a green Chaos Emerald, like what Shatter's was meant to be a red Chaos Emerald. So it just seems to me that the placeholder Emerald was just left in the final. So in terms of content, yeah, they didn't make use of the right Emerald colors for those two. But aside from that, I don't recall anything like unused layouts or any kind of reviewed layouts that had any differences. But yeah, it was mainly just the mirror and the emerald color change. Spirit. I can't believe those rocket launchers are still freaking missing me. Are they hitting the collision, or are they just... Okay, no, it's the draw distance. Never mind. Yeah, I kind of figured that it was like previous games. Well, games, I guess. But, yeah, you know, fair enough. Again, that was just my interpretation of how 06 could have handled it. Especially given how the, you know, how the score goes up as soon as you do something different. Because it really does seem like the logo kind of just vanishes as soon as you do something different. Doing alright, Retro. Yourself? See, I like this consistency. Yeah, this is definitely believable. Although I'm still confused as to why Omega was even here in the jungle. Like, was he just on vacation? I mean, you know, he's an agent, so I don't know. Well, at least we get it in the form of PR6, I guess. But yeah, I know what you mean. In terms of, like, legitimacy and in terms of Sonic Team providing what, you know, could have been. Yeah, that does sadden me also. It just, yeah, it could have been so much more. And any chance of this game being remade is just, you know, like more chance at an adventure remake than this. Because while, at least in my opinion, this game deserves a remake more than Adventure or Adventure 2, it's still, you know, even if they acknowledge that, you know, that's one thing, but for them to actually want to do something about it, that's another. Yeah, at least we kind of get something in the form of Pier 6. I just wish we could do more. Because of course there is, to this day, still stuff that we don't have access to. Which is why I'm really hoping that, you know, one day we could get some kind of E3 demo leak. Because, you know, on one hand, yes, it is a piece of R6 history documented, thankfully, finally. But, even for just the files, you know, I'm sure there is a lot that we could learn from stuff that's unused in the demo. And I'm hoping if we do get a leak, if it's, that it's going to be the 360 version, because, you know, obviously, yeah, there's a lot more we can do with emulating it and modding it. But even the stability of it, you know, how, you know, PS3 version was quite slower, but no, not even that. There is animations that are missing in the PS3 version, I've noticed, compared to the 360 demo. Which, again, another piece of knowledge that I really need to point out and update in my E3 explanation video eventually when I return to that. Let's continue. Yeah, I mean, again, if we had like multiple campaigns, I'm sure that they would have explained like all of, you know, like mainly why Omega was there. You know, it could have just been how his campaign started, which wouldn't explain anything. But I do feel like they would have explained how he got there, why he got there, if he was sent there for a purpose, or if he really was just chilling. I don't know. There really is a lot they could do, or could have done, I guess. So I guess given GUN did know the whereabouts of Omega, perhaps he was sent there? I mean, he could have just had some kind of tracking on him, which made it helpful for Rouge to find him, but... You too? Yeah. Yeah, like you could quite easily just put like a sound mod in instead of them, you know, geeking out, laughing. Swap it with some Dark Gaia minion sound effects, and yeah, you get some 0.1 Dark Gaia minions. This will be interesting to see in Pier 6. I'd be very curious to see how he handles this. I mean, just in general, all the bosses I'm very interested in seeing. Because, you know, a lot of them do need a lot of work. I still think I'm more interested in Silver, given how much does need to be fixed with both OG and even the demo's take on it. Or should I say the review build's take on it? Because yeah, my my ideal Silver is to merge the review build states with the final states, as well as enhancing them so they're not repetitive and all that. Use the same spawn-in noise too. Oh yeah, they do too. That's right. Yeah. Again with the recycling R6 sounds. Like, you know what? I really don't mind it. I do encourage it because this game did have some pretty interesting sound design. Just a shame a lot of the interesting sounds went unused. But no, still, even with what we got, I'm glad that because we even got some new sounds in Unleashed, which it's possible that they were in previous builds of R6 that just would never, we haven't got access to. Because there's some, like, for example, damage sounds for the robots that, what's to say that it, was used or wasn't used for, either previous builds or cutscenes even. Because, if you really, like, compare the cutscene sound design to the gameplay sound design, in my opinion anyway, the cutscene sound design is actually better than the gameplay's take on it. There's more accurate jump sounds, there's more variety in the damage sounds for the robots. There is a lot of differences and a lot of better changes, in my opinion, with the sound design all around. It's why I've, to this day, tried to, merge the cutscene sound design with gameplay. And, I've even encouraged Chaos to do this. And you know what? He has actually done it, and I'm very grateful for that. Be it for consistency, variety, whichever. Either way, and it's more believable now, and it just adds polish, Also, finally, a hub world. Nah, but, yeah, I think Shadows is like it was at that one point in the game where you really just go from level to level. Kingdom Valley to Crisis City to Flameclaw to Iblis to Mephiles to Rouge's Tropical Jungle. It's like the one part of the game where you really do just go from stage to stage, even to bosses. Which maybe is why people prefer Shadow's progression with gameplay. Because I know people were just going, well, why didn't we just get that for the whole game instead of hub worlds? And to a degree I can understand. It definitely does make it interesting to think about how things could have been different, how things could have, just skipping all the town missions, skipping all the hub jank. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, Solaris should be interesting. Actually, no, Solaris should be very interesting because I'll tell you why. There was a lot of cut content for that boss. You were like meant to get sucked in because I think Solaris was meant to like bring or summon some kind of like really big black hole, and you know the supers even have animations for this being like warped in, drawn in. So and even in the sounds, there's like a lot of stuff there that's unused. So yeah, that could be very interesting to see. Oh yeah, no, there is an end of the world mirror. I mean, not in the final game, of course, but yeah, in the texture sprite, there is. In terms of like the loading screen, that's not in the mirror texture. It's just, I don't even know how to describe it. It just looks like a void. Which I can only imagine was how the Rift was meant to look at one point. I mean, if anything, I think it was just there to kind of, not so much confuse, but kind of just question the player, make them go, oh, I wonder what this is about. You know, because I don't picture them having, the loading screen image for the mirror, since again I'm confident that if we did get a hub wall in Lost Story, it would have been in that area in the cutscene, in the in-game cutscene, where there's like a bigger altar, and that mirror would have just taken you into the stage. I don't really see them having like a like a normal hub world and then having a mirror taking you into the altered altar. Oh my lord, you can still lock onto that even when it's on the move. Wow, alright. That's pretty interesting. Someone was looking for the warehouse. Oh! I completely forgot about meeting up with Rouge before before going to Radical Train. Right, so I can't even do this then, can I? Yeah, no. Really are just shatter clones of each other. Even NPCs, there is unused NPCs that, okay, there are, there's some where it's like, okay, there's a robber, a thief. Okay, there's one where there's like a painter, and he's got like a paint scent, but I don't know. Then I look at the trailer of the game, and there's NPCs there that aren't even in the game's files unused, and that really gets me interested as to like what we didn't get in the files unused. Hell, even like pre-rendered cutscenes. Oh. See, I like that. There's an NPC that has progression as you progress with the story, because from memory he didn't say that previously. Yeah, yeah. Don't mind the princess is still kidnapped. Let's focus on the good weather. Could be just a positivity kind of thing. I'm actually gonna do this only because it's like the one town mission that behaves the way it should have been for every town mission. Yeah, I remember going through this for the first time and I was like, I was waiting for it to load me back for him to go do this again, and then it actually loaded in. But when it didn't, I was like, oh my lord, they actually had a town mission that was, you know, it bypassed telling you what you already knew. Like, bruh. Like, I think I do understand the reason to why it ended up the way it was, because they didn't know how they were going to tell the game to get back to, like, this screen, because, you know, with this map, you've got so much more activity going on, and they didn't want that to reload every time you would, at the menu, go into a town mission. So to prevent that, they made it two separate, you know, pieces of placement where you have, yeah, one where you actually are able to talk to him when you're progressing through the story, and another where it's just him and he's just telling you what to do. The problem is that they didn't give it this same treatment where it actually is two separate pieces of placement, and it's, you know, the one where it does tell you just what you need to know and there's nothing going on. They didn't. They basically told that to be used for in the story for all the other town missions when it should have been two separate pieces of placement. It just comes back down to bad scripting, basically. They could have told it to skip telling what you already know, but they didn't. And I'm more than positive that it can be fixed through modding, and it's something I definitely would like to look into eventually. Definitely would make the game a lot faster paced. But yeah, to my knowledge, yeah, I'm pretty sure the text is the same. I mean, if it's different, it's different, but yes, the most underused area in the game. And to anybody that's just playing the story, yeah, very good chance that they will never see this area. And, you know, I do understand. But, yeah, it is a shame that, you know, we never really got this where you actually did have to, you know, visit this location. And, you know, I know, Brian, you did this. You made a use of this area for the silver boss, but, you know, I really could see that happening, be it as a mod of the game or in the form of Pier 6. Just to add some spice to the boss. I forget if I pitched this, but I really wouldn't mind having some kind of a camera, like look back camera, see what's behind you when you're in the vehicles. I forget if I pointed that out or not. Oh, really? Okay. It's funny, I was actually considering playing that game. Got even more reason to do it now. See, that's the only thing that probably could have been improved upon with this town mission, having, you know, the thieves get out of the car, and, you know, you actually have to, I don't know, do whatever. But, yeah, that definitely could have made use of the unused NPC. Yeah, I think that's roughly where it would have been. I forget if that's where I put it in my video, but I mean, either way, just having it in the altar definitely it's like the only area that really is believable, like where it would be. And that could actually be the reason why they made it a lot bigger, because yeah, if you compare that altar to the Castletown altar, the scaling is very different, with the end of the world's take on it being a lot bigger. So yeah, I think that may have been to account for the size of the mirror. Because I haven't tested it out yet, but I think if you were to place the mirror in the Castletown altar, it would have been like very, like there wouldn't have been a lot of space, I guess. What I'm trying to say. But yeah, it would have been great. At least we can in the form of modding there. And maybe Pier 6. Yeah, and why not? Nothing wrong with that. Oh. Oh man, this one. Just this one. Actually, no. No, not him. There's someone. Or maybe it is him later on, but... Nah. Hopefully this doesn't load. And then again, there's no one here. No, okay, maybe it was him. But there's someone who's like, whoa. That's not weird. Yeah, okay, maybe it was him. Whichever works. Are you referring to Radical Train? Because that's the only thing that comes to mind. Because I know that was a clip from Radical Train was used in the commercials. But yeah, I know that at the least there is that yeah, it's weird though, because like for the longest time I used to think that, oh, the light dash animation was meant to use the trick animation, but no, he just interacted with a rainbow ring previously. But you know what though, I really don't know if that actually like was like a light dash trail. Like it probably was, but the only reason I think it might not be is because if you look really carefully at the trailer rings, it's not completely straight. Like it's a bit like out of place with a lot of the rings. So, I don't know, maybe it was just bad positioning. Perhaps maybe why they removed it. But, yeah, I don't know. Oh, that guy disappeared. Oh, unless... I don't know. I can't picture that as a cutscene, but I don't know. It would have been a nice visual, something to kind of see Eggman just, you know, sneaking off in his train or something, rather just only just hearing about it through the NPCs. Yeah, I don't know. Change run right past them. Okay, but how did he find out that I'm an agent now? That's what I want to know. Yeah, yeah. And I'm glad that there is, because, you know, for the longest time I thought there was none, but that's only because, you know, I never really wanted to interact with the NPCs. I just wanted to get to the stages and progress. But, no, it is really good to see this. Makes me hope that much more that we really can get some, you know, voice actors on the team to really bring these NPCs to life, you know, really get some lines recorded, rather than just, again, hey, hey, hey. Well, I don't know, maybe, but I think I could see more so like modding the like different ways of like attacking, you know, so like switching between lasers, Vulcan cannon shots, and the rocket shots, because, you know, the vehicle. Well, the vehicles were planned to do this, you know, so I definitely would love to see that in action, but from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like Chaos is interested in doing that, unfortunately. See, this too, it doesn't have a recovery state, so yeah, it does seem like some objects can't, or just don't have that code to go into a recovery state, which is a bit eh. But yeah, being able to like switch, you know, your attack method, I don't know. I personally wouldn't mind seeing that. I forget which vehicle was meant to have the lasers. I think it was the glider. Don't quote me on that in case I'm wrong, but I know at least one of the vehicles was meant to have lasers. But yeah, either way, just having that variety would, you know, it all comes back down to the player. They, you know, having that option if they want to switch, when and if they want to switch. It just, yeah, it really just makes the player have a better experience, a more encouraging experience. Now, this is something I hope to see in Peter 6. If I wait a few seconds, the barrier is almost down. I'm hoping that we get to see, you know, the like each laser at the top kind of going down one by one every, you know, a few seconds. That way, it really does stay true to that line. And to my knowledge, that hasn't been done yet. But yeah, hoping maybe something like that could be done. Yeah, that's, yeah, it makes sense, I guess. Just a shame they don't really have anything like that in the files unused. Good gravy. I had no idea that you could, like, launch to the right. That is, like... Yeah, that's insane. I swear that there is, like... There is potential there to, like, launch, like, straight forward. Almost like a rock launch. I have no idea how, but... Yeah, I get why people haven't discovered that. The Chaos Burst form can damage steel crates. It's something that's very easily missed. And, you know, it took me a while to notice it myself. But, you know, I've already told Chaos about this, and hey, he's already done it, so that's cool. You know, it really wouldn't surprise me if I see comments or anything like, you know, in a review form of someone going, oh, you know, I like the little detail how, you know, Chaos made it so you know, you can damage steel crates when you're in the boost form, you know, because I don't remember being able to do that in the original, but you know, it's cool. It's cool to be able to do that, you know, just to kind of overlook that the original did actually do it. And you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if that were to be the case. And again, it's understandable how easy it is to miss it. So yeah, it's. In fact, since it's like it is technically related, it wouldn't surprise me if you know, there are people that also don't know that Shatter is invulnerable to Vulcan cannon shots when you're in Chaos Burst mode. Again, something I pointed out to Chaos, which he has implemented, which I'm grateful for. Again, it's like, damn, minor details, but it's amazing how much both the OG did and how much Chaos is willing to take on board for his project. So, yeah, it's awesome. No, not quite. If only Sonic Team would release something such as that. Although there is something fancy on this this build that I don't think has been pointed out yet, but if you look carefully, you may find it. They were heavier. It was only just yesterday I saw some heavy controls for the bike, but already have been improved a lot. Albeit I'm only basing this off of footage rather than me playing it, but still, it's again good to see. Notes are being taken, and those notes are actually turning into changes in the form of that's awesome. Yeah, I've got to admit, the spear, the Chaos Spear being able to damage enemies on level 2, it's pretty... I didn't know about it for the longest time, but when I did, I was like, yo, this is actually pretty useful. It's almost what could have been for Silver if he, could throw his psychic ball things that he does in cutscenes. Which, again, we thankfully did get in the form of Gear 6. Yeah, because of how useless the blast is, as well as how much gauge usage the level is. Because, yeah, it really does drain it. Even if you're just using the speedrunning strats and you're really trying to go after every enemy to build up the gauge, it does go down very fast. Also, this is interesting how you can do that. I don't know if people knew about that, but... yeah, it doesn't really do anything, which is a real shame, because, again, it's like I get it, level 2 would, that's the main element that was supposed to do damage, so why should it do damage to a character boss? But, despite that, it's still cool to see what we can kind of affect him, sort of. Just a shame we didn't get some kind of other line. Because, there is actually an unused line for Boss Silver where he kind of goes, gah! As if he just stumbled over, which, I could picture that for Shadow spearing him. Over the no every time. Oh my word. Yeah, I thought that's what happened the last time. Because I was gonna say, I don't believe I damaged Silver with the combat-oriented states, because that happened a lot sooner, and I got it again. Yeah, I actually think that when I hit the object, it exploded, and somehow that could damage Silver. Maybe it's like the equivalent of Silver throwing objects at enemies, because I'm like technically launching it when I homing attack it, maybe? That, or the particles just have the damage attached to its hitbox. Yeah, it's probably that second one, actually. Yeah, because it doesn't really launch, it just kind of gets destroyed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really shocked how pathetic of an attempt to make the Chaos Blast in this game was. I'm that much curious about how the demo, perhaps, because, yeah, what we got... Like, okay, it just needed a bigger radius, but even with that said, what we got is just... It really is pathetic. Just... I think it's like a smaller radius than Amy with her hammer, or Silver with the pimp slap. Like, it is just insane. Like, at the least, it should have been the green gem radius, but, nah. Not even that. Not even, like the shield radius, because, you know, even that was buggy for Sonic with Release, but at least that was something. Did Chaos say that level 2 boost will have harming Chaos monsters? No? I don't know. Because I know you can harming attack after a spear, likewise spear after a harming. Well, you couldn't before, but that has been fixed. But, I don't believe there's any differences when you progress through the levels. Although I would prefer if that were the case, where, because, you know, if you look at the demo's take on Shatter's Chaos Spear, it's beyond overpowered. You can infinitely recover upward. It's the equivalent of a purple gem, basically. Okay, without momentum, but still, it's an infinite jump, basically, just waiting to happen. And the fact that you can also enter a Chaos Spear without jumping, you could just run off and then immediately enter a spear. Yeah, you don't need to jump for that. It's like, yeah, that was easily flat out overpowered. So when I was thinking of how this could be implemented to Pier 6, my initial idea was to have the first spear recovery go upward and then the rest down. But now I'm leaning more in the direction of having it so if you charge a spear, you will recover upward, and if you just tap it, you recover downward. That way it's like you're charging that recovery almost. And the Chaos Spears are limited. You're only limited to 3. So it's not like you could infinitely recover upward if you charged it. So, yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of being able to, do it that way. That way we really do get the best of both worlds. And it's not going to be too overpowered to the point where speedrunners will be able to just, abuse the Chaos Spear upward recovery, because it's like, okay, you have to strategize when and where you're going to charge it to get that upward recovery, and by charging it, you're kind of spending a bit of time doing that compared to just tapping it and going down. So it really, it makes the player think and strategize when and where they're going to do it. So, yeah, I don't mind that idea. I don't know, I haven't pointed this out to Chaos yet, but I'm hoping that he'll at least consider it. Because, yeah, again, it's, at least then we do get the best of both worlds. Now, you can run over enemies, can't you? Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how that works, because I think it only works when you're going fast. Which, yeah, I guess makes sense. see, now this, it's like evidence like this that really suggests otherwise about very hard. Because, you know, you can't get in. You know, there's no... You have to defeat the enemies, so it's like... What is it? You know, because again, very hard does expect you to do that. But if you do it here, the door's still locked, so... Yeah, I definitely need to have a conversation with Chaos about that. The inconsistency with retail and the very hard placement. That's cool too, how it like not only damages but it also stuns, as it did previously. I can't believe you can still take damage even after you've thrown them. Breathing fire. Forgot I could. I forgot about that. How I could do that. Yeah, it would be nice. I guess we do get it in the form of Lost Episode. It's something. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, he has done that. Which is great, because I mean, Urgy does technically do this. It just has a bad way of separating. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? And I'm hoping that in the future we get to see something like, you know, Sonic's Herming Smash damage steel crates. You know, that'd be interesting. At least that's something for, you know, for Sonic, I guess. Yeah, like I can see why yeah, that's there is a bit of an inconsistency there, and it would be good if that were implemented either Gear 6 or just, you know, modding the game. But, you know, like I'm unsure about it, I guess, because, you know, you get to play as them in their campaigns anyway, so it's, you know, you do have that choice of if you want to play as them, just play their campaign, you know. And I never really, like, I wasn't completely on board with them doing that with like Sonic, for example, having Silver, because you're on like the second last stage, one of the longest stages in the game, and you know, that plus the no auto save, you're a kind of, you know, good chance you're going to get a game over because you have to adjust to Silver's gameplay. You know, trying to learn his new gameplay, and it's not, you know, to anyone who's like new, it's, you know, you have to spend a bit of time trying to get used to that, and that can lead to deaths, potentially a game over. So I would have preferred just switching to Tails or Knuckles over Silver. Okay, it doesn't really explain the whole, you know, them not being there when they're in the cutscenes, or even when Sonic returns to, you know, the past or whatever. You know, they're not to be seen. They're only seen in Aquatic Base, and in that regard, yeah, there is a bit of an inconsistency there, unfortunately. But like, yeah, I guess it really depends on a lot of things. What the player would rather play as, who they would rather play as. Like, I believe I did point this out in a post in the past, but I was like asking everyone if if they would have, like, what they thought about, for example, having, you know, where you would switch to Sonic in Kingdom Valley. For Silver, you would instead switch to Blaze. Likewise, instead of switching to Silver with Sonic, you would switch to like Knuckles or Tails. Probably more so Knuckles, given how underused he is, or even just the fact that there is actual climbable walls in that section because Rouge interacts with it. You know, Shadow's take on it. And it was good to see that a lot of people were interested in it. But, yeah, it would be a bit much to just, you know, to have this as like an option where it's like, oh, yeah, go into options and switch between which character you switch to, if you're going to switch to a different hedgehog or if you're going to switch to an Amiga. It's like, yeah, I get it. Some work, but some are very unnecessary as options. But, yeah. Bruh. Wait, did that one underground hit me? I'm guessing that's what happened. Must have just for a frame popped out or something. Use of sword. What is going on? How you going today? From what I've tested, it is it has come a long way. I still have yet to play a build that has the stages in one build, because like right now it's just one build that has like Flame Core and what's the other, Rouge's Tropical Jungle, and then another build that has just Aquatic Base and Dusty Desert. You know, it's like separate builds. So for the stages. So I'm still waiting for something that will have them all in the one. But you know, because with each build there is changes not just to the stages but also to the abilities, like the characters' abilities, just their programming in general. Likewise the vehicles, you know. So. Oh, really? Okay. Like, I'm sure it is still sit on the character, but, because I know, like, when you, like, really spin around really quickly, they try to go and follow you, and they do go in, like, the center. Also, is it me? I don't know, this camera, like, this pan out, I get the impression that slowdown, why it's so slow. Maybe I'm tripping. But, like, even the animation on Shadow just, yeah, I don't know. Just looks like slowdown to me. Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, at least outside of Sonic, every character uses their right animation for a wall jump. Okay, they don't go into a ball animation or a fall, but at least they do play their right and you know, their correct jumping animation. It actually is their jump up animation. Because, you know, normal Sonic only plays his like homing ball animation, which isn't his actual jump up. Likewise, Mark Speed Sonic, it doesn't even use his jump up, it uses his light dash animation, just tilted, you know, 90 degrees or whatever, you know, so it just... there was never a time, even in, you know, demo builds, where Sonic used his jump up animation for wall jumping, which is pretty strange, but, yeah, especially since Mark Speed Sonic, in both E3 and the final, you know, he did actually use it for his jump up. Yeah, there's a very strange consistency there for Sonic in that regard. But yeah, at least outside of Sonic, every other character did stay consistent to their jump up for wall jumping. Just a shame for the ball and fall code. But at least modding has restored it. That's something. No, I totally understand. Yeah, I couldn't get over it at first when I first, you know, ran into it. I was like, this is insane. You can never even destroy this. Well, outside of Radical Train flipping a switch and making it destroy it to move the weights, but outside of that, the character itself can't actually damage it and cause it to, you know, get destroyed. So, yeah, it's big. Because, you know, normally you'd just be homing attacking it or spin kicking it and making it move, make it launch into space, but never will it ever get destroyed. So yeah, no, I was flipping out about it too when I first ran into it. Now we're at that infamous point in the game where you can do some fancy gameplay and skip getting the scepter and skip the whole E123 Omega has engaged Maples. Head to the wave ocean, head to wave ocean immediately. All that jank. I spent a lot of time trying to get this strap pulled off. Albeit not as much as I've attempted for Mission 1 skip, but, you know, still. It's very easy to get those barrels destroyed. So much so that, yeah, it's probably never going to be performed in a run. Although I do say that, but I could definitely see one attempt at trying it, since you are going in this direction to, you know, progress. So yeah, I could see just branching off to quickly try, it fails, and then you just keep going. You know, you're not going to lose that much time to do one attempt. So yeah, I could see that happening. And if some lucky runner does get it first try, then wow, that would be a record that won't easily be beat if that ever happens. Yeah, and that is a real shame. Again, props to Chaos for adding immersion. And damn, it's going to be a real chore to try to do that to all the characters for all the rest of the cutscenes. But you know, with time and patience, I'm sure he can do it. It's just a shame that even with that extra effort put in, it still isn't going to excuse the, you know, the delivery of some of the lines, you know, like Elise, you know, just, you know, compare that line to the same line, but in, you know, the Japanese take on it. You can feel the frustration and despair, I guess, compared to Jason's take, just Elise. It's like, oh man. And again, it is a shame that in that regard we won't. There really is no. You can't get around that. Yeah, that is a bummer. We can only hope that AI will maybe progress voices in such a way where we can get replicated, you know, emotions such as anger or frustration or despair, whatever, in such a way where we can get Jason to do it that way, or, you know, something. I don't know. Again, I'm thinking out loud. Okay, that's kind of hard to believe. That how the E3 demo didn't have health bars for, like, the robots. It's hard to imagine the NPCs not having that same health bar. Yeah, I'm sure that was just something that they, like, last minute went, oh hey, let's add this in, that makes more sense. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Although that still doesn't compare, in my opinion, to the bloody her like charging to throw the multiple bombs, where she's like, huh? It's like, what? Although to be fair, recently I've begun to suspect that that line was just cut, like it was cut short, because I've actually got it here. Let me bring it up. Yeah, so that's what we get in retail, right? And this is what we got in a review build. So you can tell that there's like, okay, it's got that same kind of progression, but then it kind of goes into something more. So again, it's like, maybe it was cut. It would explain a lot. But either way, the fact that we don't have that, like a direct rip, means that could potentially be a scrapped line, or a scrapped grunt, I guess, whatever. Like a gameplay sound effect, only in the review builds, never in the retail files unused or anything, so that is a shame. What is up, PB? How you going today? Should do some power songs. It's almost the equivalent of Shikamaru saying, "Wee." It's like surprised. But it does sound like she's like throwing it as she's charging it, so yeah. Okay, we got that again. Now, can I get the third level or nah? Also, I could be wrong, but I don't know, just... Is there anything else that happens when you upgrade to level 3 outside of the blast? It is just the blast, isn't it? I can't help but wonder if it was meant to do something else, and then you were meant to get the blast as a separate addition, a separate like upgrade that added to level 3, or maybe even as just something separate. I don't know. I've got a theory that the pillars, or the candlestick things that you gotta light to make a new scepter, I have a theory that they were actually here at one point, because I really had to like look at all the evidence we've got for this. But if you look at the trailer, this statue here is actually replaced with the statue where the candles are, where you have to light them. So there's that. Then there's also, you know, how how we like where the statue is in the final. The reason it's present there could also be related to the egg carrier flying in that direction, suggesting that Wave Ocean could have been there. I mean, all this really comes back down to is they couldn't really decide where Wave Ocean was going to be, because I don't know, it does seem like it went from the cave to, you know, where the egg carrier flies off to in the final, and they just switched between builds, which again would explain why the statue switched places, because again with the candles. So I think we were meant to get the candles here at one point. It definitely would have made it less travel going to the Wave Ocean mirror. But, yeah. Because, like, if I go there now... Yeah, if you compare it, the statue over here is the same, yeah, from the trailer, which... I don't know, it could be a coincidence, but I do feel it's a bit ironic. Maybe a bit too ironic. Yeah, that is, that's interesting, yeah, I haven't really noticed that. Because I believe Sonic has the same code, but maybe it's not as noticeable. I don't know, maybe it's to do with the animation? It could be either the animation or the code, because I know there is code for, like, quill physics. Yeah, the sad thing is there actually is animation for tree interactions, although not in the hub world, still. The fact that they did do that for at least, you know, one of the trees in White Acropolis is pretty whoa. Yeah, it would be nice to replicate something like that. Well, again, I'm not completely like I'm not positive on that one. That's just a guess. Like it makes sense that it would be the same, you know, line just extended. But I sent this to Chaos, and he thinks that it is two separate lines. So I don't know. Again, I'm just guessing. It could be two separate lines. I mean, either way, we'll never really know unless we get a leak of a review build. Because even if we got something like the E3 demo, I don't think it would be present there. Oh yeah, that's right. These time out. I completely forgot about that. Makes sense. It's like how the bell times out. But do they time out if you after you've summoned the scepter? Yeah, definitely more green, definitely more people. Though I'm pretty sure that by having more people, it would have increased the chances of slowdown. it definitely explains why the trailer footage that was, you know, recorded using the PC build had more NPCs compared to what we ended up, you know, getting, because it just, yeah. And you can definitely tell that it was a PC build that they recorded it on, especially with areas in the final that have no differences, but it still slows down compared to trailer footage, not so much. It's also why I feel that, you know, we could have actually seen the PC build in the form of the TGSR5 tech demo. Although it doesn't exactly explain why it's slowing down compared to the trailer footage not slowing down. I don't know, maybe they were playing on a different PC, if that is what was going on. Because I do recall reading an interview, I can't remember what it was, but they were basically talking about what they were showcasing at the event, and they said they spotted Yuji Naka that was playing. He was using a DualShock controller, and at that point in time, you know, they didn't really have enough to actually play the game. So I think it's safe to say that they were playing on PC for that build anyway. Oh wow, so they do time out even after you've summoned the scepter. But that's interesting how it's still a bit of time delay almost. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. Yeah, it's weird. They have this like separate code for water jumping. It is bad. Though thankfully, because it is separate code, it does make it easy to tell the code to behave like a normal jump through modding, so that's good. Wait, don't tell me... Am I missing... Okay, that's weird how it's just that one that timed out. Weird indeed. Yeah, I actually remember asking Chaos about the water jumps, because you know how you can do this, where you just jump off the water like so. And yeah, he just was not interested at all. And you know what? I do get it. Oh my god, yeah, that's so weird how it's like, it's just that one. Oh, did Rouge collect it? I think she did. And here we go, the infamous line. Beautiful. That's great. Still hoping that future tools will allow us to get better custom audio files for the, you know, either for the music or all the lines. Because right now, music's pretty much in the clear. It's just the looping that needs a bit of work. But for the lines, it's weird because they don't go away once they've played. Because you know they play, and then when the line finishes, the subtitle box is meant to go away. It doesn't go away right now with the current tools. So yeah, and that can actually cause crashes, unfortunately. So yeah, hoping something can be made for a fix one day. For a coin. Who needs Chaos Emeralds when you can chuck a coin in and make a wish? Stuff Chaos Emeralds, this is the jam. This is where the real dreams come true. It ain't going anywhere, you can't make it travel unless you blow it up. Oh god, I can't believe you can actually spear that. God. Yo, maybe this is a way to victory, to skip the scepter. Like, look at that, you can... And I'm not even charging the spear if I were charging it. Okay, it may destroy it, but... I think there is potential there for a Taz. I believe it's Purple Flames because you're making the scepter. I don't really get how he is making the scepter by spearing the candles. Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird how that's done, but yeah, I never understood it when I was first playing the game. And even now, I still don't really fully get it. Like, I'm sure there was some kind of material in the candle that makes it look like purple fire, but how that produces a scepter is beyond me. Like, he mentions it in the previous cutscene, like he wants to know what materials made the scepter, because he wants to, you know, remake it to Seal Nephilis, but it's like, okay, but how's that, what's that got to do with the price of tomatoes of fucking Chaos spearing a goddamn candle? You know? Like, if he somehow used a Chaos Emerald to, you know, make a scepter with the flames lit, maybe that would be a bit more believable, but I don't know. Yeah, it's almost like head for a gold ring. Head to the Wii version. But still, how old is Shadow actually? Because, okay, yeah, he's like over 100 or whatever because of, you know, his suspended animation, but... like, in terms of how he was, like, created, is he supposed to be a certain age? I don't know, it could be because I've played Heroes that's just not really clear, likewise Shadow. I was gonna say it's probably related to some Captain America stuff, given how similar they are. Actually, what's the deal with that? How come Sonic has always had a thing for Captain America's icon, and so much so that they've, you know, put that for a lot of the objects? Has that ever been explained? Because I've never understood that. Captain America crates, Captain America springs, Captain America switches. I remember seeing the movie for the first time and I was like, yeah, this is definitely what inspired Sonic to, you know, get that icon or whatever for the objects. Like, that's more of a mystery to me than the fascination with Long Time No See reoccurrence. Yeah, see, it's text like this that really does suggest that the stages would have somehow been attached to the hub worlds. Because again, this comes back to the early script that was leaked. They definitely do suggest that, yeah, there was a lot more going on with the hub worlds. Rather, the mirrors, it actually would have transitioned to like a, you know, an area similar to that of the stages. I don't think that would have been the case for Crisis City and Flame Core. Maybe Aquatic Base, given Sonic. Yeah, not sure about the future stages. May still have gotten hub worlds, but not attached to the main hub worlds. Now that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So, barbecue in the desert. Go to the beach. Okay, so it's like, okay, we get what that's referring to. Is he referring to tropical jungle when he says the woods? Obviously, skiing or snowboarding is right Acropolis, but yeah, is the woods meant to be referring to tropical jungle? Because thinking about the forest being a stage just concerns me. Yeah, I don't even want to go there. I assume he's referring to tropical jungle. But he says the woods, not the jungle, so I don't know. If only we had that spring for Sonic. Oh, it's 50 plus, not 100 plus. Okay, my bad. Okay, so from memory, Silver's 14, Sonic's 15, so Shadow's 16-ish, 17-ish. They never really explained that symbol anyway, did they? Because, if I recall correctly, they did actually have a crate or two in previous games that had like a GUN icon to it, so I have no idea if that means that the Captain America icons are meant to be like the equivalent of GUN's take on the crates for this game. I'm not sure. But I think that would make sense. You know, because obviously, yeah, GUN does exist in this game. Although, let me explain the train stuff. Also 15? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was something that I just never really... Like, from memory, when I checked like the wiki last time, it didn't really make that clear. Which, you know, could be related to the games, and fair enough in which case. But, yeah, I would guess that he's about 16. That way, really, you know, you've got 114, you've got 115, you've got 116. You could also add a reason to why Rouge kind of takes a liking. Maybe, I don't know. Just not overthink things. Yeah, Captain America also works with me. Well, yeah, I mean, makes sense. When in the army. And I really hope a review build of this game gets leaked out one day, because, like, you know, while it is just a review version of the game, I still feel like there is a lot that we can recover from a build just as basic as a review copy. You know, because something from just states from the XEX to even files that make use of unused elements to the final, I feel like, yeah, there is a lot that could be recovered. And, you know, I know a lot of people tend to look at the review version that was half ripped, the one that had bitch rot. But you know what? I've come to realize that really, if there were to be differences, there would have been differences that would have already been discovered in the form of the states, the XEX. Because the XEX in code is different, but in gameplay, it really is just identical to the final. You know, there's no differences at all to the states. You know, because we could have gotten Shatter's TGS-06 Chaos Spear recovery, his Chaos Smash, you know, his unlimited homing dashes, or his homing down, likewise for Sonic. You could have gotten so many demo elements, you know, in the form of the final, but we didn't. Hell, even like Silver, you know, he Boss Silver, you know, how he's got like more states there. We didn't get that either. So that, plus knowing when the build was created, how it was like a day before the final, it doesn't surprise me that much that it really doesn't have any differences. And okay, you could say if we had access to the full, you know, like all of the game files, there could be differences there with what we didn't rip. But again, given the time of when it was made compared to when the final was made, and how much, how like the lack of differences with the XEX, I do doubt there would be much. Like, if there is, damn, if only we could rip it. And, you know, that's not to say that there isn't, because, you know, there is a lot of files, a lot of important files in the Xenon folder, the folder that wasn't ripped because of bit rot. So in that regard, yeah, I could see some file changes there. Maybe, you know, yeah, different placement for stages or hub worlds. But if that were to be the case, I don't think we would have got much. And if we did, well, bummer. But just knowing that the states behave the same way as retail, I wouldn't expect much, even if we did. Even if we do eventually find a way to recover the rest. And even if there really is no differences, it still would be good to, you know, restore it. just in case there is some, differences. But I think at this point there may be more hope in just getting a new, like a different review copy, an earlier review copy, something that was sent to game journalists. Yeah. And again, I think this is why I just really look at rotation physics and really just appreciate how much more realistic it looks. Because at least that's a bit more believable when you go from spring to spring. Because it's not like they're every time going face into the spring. It's like they have a bit of a rotation kicking in. And at least that kind of makes it a little bit more believable. Yeah, but okay. I guess that could add to silver, because something that I never really took too much notice of, but it does seem like there may have been a little, not even like fully brewing, but something like a seed of chemistry between Rouge and Silver. And, they never actually interact with each other, but when they talk about each other, it's like there's some seeds there that they, maybe had plans for to maybe look into, but just never did. Because even outside of 06, there is some stuff there that's like, okay. Like, even how they say the same things, it's like it's not even that noticeable, but if you really compare it, like, let me see if I can show an example, because I think I actually was looking into this just a couple of days ago for maybe a potential video in the future. Yeah, because it would be... Yeah, it would have to be... Or 6 for Rouge. Now, okay, so I think it was like System or Battle or something. And for Silver, I know it's somewhere in the story. Come on, let's move. I still think this is probably one of the best cutscenes in the game, just how much it teases but never ever dives into. Because it basically confirms that Shatter and Omega have a life and death battle. A life and death battle where both characters know the outcome, but still go through with it anyway. And it's grim, dark, and sad, but they never actually show it. And part of me is saddened by that, but I think because of how dark it is, it's why they didn't dive into it anymore. Because, yeah, I would have fucking loved to have seen that. Just this battle that does take place, because, we do see Shatter ending up in a prison, a seal. So we do know what happens, and we do know that he does lose against Omega. Because while he does accept his fate, he still, as he says at the end of the game, he does fight like he always has. So it's like, whoa. And just thinking about how Rouge's response just then, it just I can so vividly picture GUN going, Rouge, Agent Rouge, terminate Shadow now. He's an enemy. We believe he is the culprit who caused the princess's death. So eliminate Agent Shadow now. And because she wants to stay true to her, conviction, no, I'm always going to stand by him and believe in him, I believe she may have been terminated also, either by the hand of Omega or just a GUN agent. Either way, it's like, bruh, just thinking about it, it's like, bruh, this is dark. And again, it's probably why we don't see it outside of what they mentioned. Oh, fuck. Oh, no! Whatever. Again. Can I start over? No. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because this is a town mission that's... Yeah. Okay, I get it. I'm stupid. But yeah, it's so... It's dark, like really dark. I don't think in this game, or previous games, or future games, it's ever been as dark as what this could have been. And I do want to look more into this, but I don't know how that would be done. Or for that matter, if it should be done. Because it's not exactly necessary, because we do get the idea of what happens. My problem is that because they don't show it, we don't really understand fully just what happened. Like how dark it really did get. Because, there's that saying, show or don't tell, but because this game just tells us, yeah, we really don't get to understand the depth of how dark this game did get. Now, that's... They probably didn't even show it, even in previous builds, but still, knowing that it is part of the story, it's like, whether they did show it or not, just knowing that it happened is like, whoa. I still do want to show it. I still want to revive, well, not revive, but you know what I mean, just actually show what happened, rather than just leave it with the lines going, ooh, this is what happened, and that's that. I don't know, just, there is some potential there for some interesting either gameplay or cutscenes, whichever. And, I haven't pointed this out to Chaos yet, but when he eventually covers the story, I'll inform him about it then. Because I think that really is the only hope of seeing this epic battle taking place. This epic battle coming to a reality. But, yeah. I mean, we do know that Omega wins, though. That's my point, though, because it's like they do tell us, and to a degree they show us what happens to Shadow, in the form of him being sealed in that one cutscene, but they don't really make it clear that Omega actually is the one who put him in that state. They tell us this, but they don't show us this, and that's what really eats away at me, because it's like, if we did get that, I don't know, I feel like it could have added so much more. Albeit, this would have happened after Shadow's story ended, so it wouldn't really be a good ending if we did get this ending. But if we did, at least it would be like, whoa, okay, so it doesn't conclude where it did in the original, and it doesn't have a happy ending like, oh, we defeated Mephiles. No, it's much more dark. Of course, the only problem with, you know, if we wanted to take this to turn this into a reality, yeah, the only downside would be Mephiles messing with the timelines, you know, when he snatches the emeralds after he's presumably defeated in, you know, the phase 2 or whatever. I guess you could argue, but, you know, he's gone through time and doesn't care, he's just getting the emeralds from separate time periods, and, you know, that's that. Yeah, some trickery would have to be done where it's like, ooh, Mephiles snatched the emeralds, and that's that. He got away kind of thing, basically. And for that reason, I can see why they would cut that out. Because again, if you want to make use of this, you would have to do it in such a way where it's not the end of his campaign. It does add up to what eventually happens in Lost Story, but with that knowledge, Mephiles would have to get away. Shadow would have to either just give up, or he wouldn't find any leads on where Mephiles is, because he is basically time traveled in this, you know. Mephiles wins DLC. I don't know. It's it could be something like that, but a lot of work would have to be done for it, because the battle itself isn't the problem. It's the consistency from when and where Shadow's campaign ends. So, like, from OG where it ends, continuing, altering it a little bit so it's still the same. He still kind of gets that bright light and, oh, what the hell? And then the emeralds are gone, Mephiles is gone, and it basically continues from there. So he doesn't, it doesn't transition into the last episode. It continues as if, you know, the plot's still going, as if Elise has been taken down with the egg carrier, and Sonic's also been, you know, defeated and he's been stopped, and everything's just going to doomsday. Yeah, a lot would have to be done, but yeah, it could be something that, you know, maybe we could perk at in the future. But again, it really depends how interested Chaos would be in this, and if he wants to turn this into a reality. Whether it is, like, you know, part of the story or not, see. But I'd say, yeah, like how you put it, as like a DLC almost. You could almost go to that secret true ending achievement or some fancy voodoo jazz like that. Yeah. It's like the evidence is all there too, because we see what happens to Shadow. He gets sealed in that prison kind of lasery thing that Mephiles shows past Shadow, where he goes, yes, that's you. We also see what happens to Omega when we see him in Crisis City, and many people seem to mistake that for Omega from the present that just went into standby mode, and he went to sleep, and yeah, there he is in Crisis City, waiting to wake up. When, in my opinion, in my view of it, he does find a way to get to the future using the Chaos Emeralds. He obviously, yeah, then and there meets up with Shadow to help him against Mephiles. Everything goes on as normal. But when this battle happens with Omega and Shadow, and Omega is successful, and he does beat him, and he does seal him, he's that beat up after it, and we do get to see him, like I said, in the state that he is in Crisis City, that he basically shuts down, tries to, you know, preserve his energy in the form of standby mode. It's like, again, there's seeds there that we could really, you know, we could look into if we really wanted to. And I do prefer looking at it that way over he just literally just waits 200 plus years in standby mode to wake up and just, okay, I'm awake, Shatter's here now, it's time to rescue him. I prefer him just, yeah, doing something about it right then and there, finds a way to get to the future, either in the form of Chaos Emeralds or making a deal with Eggman to use his time machine. He gets there and they progress the same way through Shatter's story, and then because of the battle against Shatter and he eventually seals him, he's dying basically, and he decides to go into standby mode to preserve his life force or energy, whatever. At the least, I think there is potential there. How is this going? Ooh, it's still going, but it's almost done, almost on 90%. God, it's going to be a miracle if I can get this video out on this day. Because it is a long video, and it is a 4K video, which is going to really push it. I think I will make it. Yeah, just turn 90 now. Yeah, I think I'll make it. But it will be cutting it close. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be affecting the stream, so that's good. To place from Shutter's perspective or Mega's. Well, that's okay. That's a tough one, isn't it? Because we know that Shatter loses, so for that reason you would expect it to be in Omega's perspective. But if I were to implement it as like a DLC to Shatter, it would be from the perspective of Shatter's, because I don't know, I like the idea of having, for a change, a bit of a twist ending. Rather, ooh, you know, Silver protected everyone, he saved the future by, you know, sealing away Iblis. And Shatter 2 has saved the future by sealing away Mephiles and, you know, smashing through the clones in the end. And Sonic saved the future by saving the princess and defeating the infamous Dr. Eggman. It's like, okay, they're all good endings, and okay, you have your last story to kind of spice them all together. But having a twist bad ending for Shatter, while it does get retconned in the form of last episode, because, you know, Mephiles interrupts everything and he basically merges past, present, and future together, it does basically retcon Shatter's fate. And it never happens. So, for that reason, in the form of the original, I can see why it was cut. And why they didn't really look into this. And even, you know, in the form of a remake, I could see why Chaos might not, for that reason, not want to look into it. But, even so, the fact that they don't really show anything around that time period of, you know, Elise has just passed away, the town has gone into a despair, the government and GUN are starting to lose it, they're losing money, and they're starting to point fingers as to who was responsible, just as Mephiles, you know, explained to Shatter, and then eventually, as Omega points out, you know, eventually when something or someone is seen as too powerful, they see it as a threat, and then the world becomes its enemy. And they do. They look at Shadow as an enemy and order Rouge to, or at least in my mind anyway, they order Rouge to, she refuses, they get Omega to either terminate Rouge or they fire Rouge, and they program Omega to basically go after Shadow. So that way it's not like Omega wanted to do it, it was like, no, they, you know, he's a robot, they just had to reprogram him to, hey, Plan A, Objective A, kill and terminate Shadow, or seal Shadow. Because that makes more sense to me, and it also would add to why Rouge isn't involved with that. Again, whether she's terminated or sealed or just fired, whatever. Again, it's just, I do feel there is some potential brewing there to show the destruction of Soliana and the despair that the town falls into. Likewise, the fingers they start pointing with the, in the government and GUN. Because we never see GUN in 06. We hear about them. We even hear about a president that we never see. And again, it's like all of this is stuff that we could, look into when everybody's starting to lose their minds after the death of Princess Elise. They start pointing fingers, the president's getting involved, going, okay, we need to find this culprit, whether it's Eggman or not. Who's the most powerful right now? Shadow the Hedgehog? Well, he is a hedgehog, and there has been speculation that a hedgehog, a blur, has been, involved with the princess. Alright, terminate him. He's too powerful to be kept alive. Get rid of him. I can see something like this happening. I really can. It could be like a what would have happened had last episode not happened, or to explain or to show what led to the future that Silver was brought up with, how it got to the way it was. There's nothing really around here. Did he just change animations? Because he's saying the exact same thing, but he's playing a different animation. I think he's playing a different animation. Anyway, but yeah. Alright, let's get into the stage. Yeah, that too could work. Because instead of Rouge being terminated or fired, or more so terminated, she either helps Shadow or fails to reach Shadow on time, but when she does, she puts him in standby mode to shut him down. Yeah, whichever. It could work, but again, you get the idea though, that there is, there is potential there, and there is a lot that can be done with those characters, and a lot that can still have the same outcome, so yeah. Well, from memory, Sonic is meant to die. I forget what actually happens though, because it's altered in the form of Lost Story. Because yeah, obviously, yeah, Sonic does die, but I believe it is different, and I think it might not actually be clear, and I think there was like a fan fiction showing what could have been. Because I remember Shadow 759 did kind of look a bit into this, what happened before the timeline was altered, and they basically showed Sonic going after the destroyed egg carrier, only to be interrupted by Mephiles, because Mephiles, which I still agree that Mephiles is the one who caused the egg carrier to malfunction with the engines. This could be his attempt to get the emeralds, the emerald that Eggman has in the egg carrier, and Mephiles is luring Eggman out with the Chaos Emerald he has, and uses its power to malfunction the egg carrier, causing it to crash. Sonic tries to go after him, but ends up killed by Mephiles. I don't know, something among those lines. I think Sonic's is a bit more unclear than Shatter's. But if you like look at my previous videos, like my really early videos, I did an edit of Shadow 759's take on this cutscene, to kind of merge it and to merge it with the cutscenes that we got, and you kind of get an idea of what goes on. It adds a reason for Mephiles to put a target on Sonic, to have a grudge against Sonic. It adds a reason to write Sonic out of the timeline to set up the bad future. It also sets up Shatter's destruction, since, because Sonic was never found and, they couldn't question him about the death of Princess Elise. It led to them pointing fingers at Shatter. Unclear, I guess, about the fate of Knuckles and Tails, but again, it's not. There's not really a lot of explanation what goes on in that period for those. For Team Sonic, because again, there is like an absurd amount of seeds there for Shatter, but Sonic not so much. And I guess Silver is just a case of, hey, he went back to his timeline and that was that. He was born in his timeline, he eventually came back to that timeline, so, why he didn't realize that, Sonic failed, and for that reason he should have tried to go back and fix where Sonic failed. That's never really been made clear, unfortunately. He kind of just ignores it and goes, hey, I know how to save our world. Never mind the fact that Sonic failed. Nah, but, I guess Amy is the same as, Tails and Knuckles, or Sonic. But yeah, it definitely is a part of the timeline that's... It is mentioned, and it has to be mentioned, obviously, for like the kind of backstory of Crisis City and Flame Corp. But it's, they only really dive into it on, in Shatter's take, at least in terms of what happens, what becomes of their characters around this time period, because, for Sonic, they only just mentioned that, she goes down with the egg carrier, and that's about it. And that they have to get back there in time to prevent it. Because, other than that, there is no, Sonic dies or anything, or... It makes sense that he were to, and instead of him just kind of going away and just not caring anymore or whatever, or just being written out. Like, it would be getting a bit too dark if we were to, like, do it in such a way where it was like, okay, Mephiles just took out everyone. Team Sonic, Amy. Yeah, that'd be a bit too far, I'd say. Especially since there's no real evidence to support that. But at least with Shatter, it is there. And I could even see like Mephiles being there, like just watching Shatter get taken down. Either out of entertainment, because it's like, haha, you took me down, now, what goes around comes around. Either that, or he learns about this just because he wants to know what's happened to the future. And this sets up his conversation with Shadow, asking him, why are you here? Did you ruin this world? And how he knows that in the first place. Yeah, either one could work. But at the least, having Rouge, Omega, and Shadow involved with the death of Princess Elise, I think could be... It could become a reality. That there is a lot that we know, that they explain. And there's a lot I think we could, bring to life. Either in the form of gameplay or cutscenes. Probably more so gameplay. I always seem to fail that. There you go. See, this is what I mean about minor differences with the review build, because there was a camera here at one point. So it's like the game could be exactly the same, minus some camera changes maybe. Yeah. Yeah, see, there's many ways to approach how Sonic interacts with this point in the story, because when they are sent to the future from White Acropolis, what they find out about the future could be based on Sonic being taken out of the timeline. Meaning as soon as he returns to the timeline, it's back to him saving Elise. Still failing when he's with Silver, but eventually going back in time again and saving her in, the Wyvern battle. But yeah, you could approach it that way. You could also approach it like he was written out of going back in time, like he, instead of, like bringing up the emeralds, like Silver having the idea of, hey, there's still a way to change this. So in that regard, maybe it's Silver's, the one that really is the Iblis trigger. No, I mean that he's the one, like, if Silver weren't there, he wouldn't have been the one to give Sonic the idea to go back in time. And even if Sonic thought of it, he's only got one Chaos Emerald, so he can't go back in time. Eggman's dead, so he can't freaking use his time machine to go back that way. So, unless he finds someone else to, find someone else with a Chaos Emerald. Which even then, he can't gang up with Shadow, because Mephiles has escaped and stolen those emeralds. Yeah, actually, at this point in the story, Mephiles does have all the emeralds, so... It basically... That really is the fork in the timeline, because it's... If Mephiles decides to act or not, and he does, but in the normal timeline, he has the emeralds, but he doesn't act, and that leads to the events. Ugh. Yeah, there is a lot. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Still, I feel like that was kind of a flaw in the cutscene, how there was no Iblis. Because it never really was made clear that Iblis would die or not if Elise died. I assume that because of the future, if she dies, Iblis does escape. But if that's true, again, how come we don't see Iblis when she does die in that cutscene? It might not be immediately, but... Alright, man, no worries. The doomed timeline. Yeah, that actually is a possibility. Because he decides to freaking go off. He just goes away as soon as they return after the bad future. Because think about it, they both return, they all return to the present after defeating Iblis Phase 2. But then after that, we never ever see Knuckles again until Aquatic Base. But even then, Sonic has to go back in time to meet up with that Knuckles. So, yeah, it actually is a possibility that Knuckles decides, hey, Sonic, I'm going to go off. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to see if I can prevent this from happening. And however that may have gone, if that, you know, is true. Yeah, it's just a shame that in that regard we didn't get like Knuckles' campaign or anything like that. But yeah, that could be a possibility. It definitely would explain again why Knuckles goes away, because I could never figure out why he did go away when he did, and how he comes back and why he comes back. And to this day, I still have to really figure out something that's going to work for that. Because I am writing in the whole Master Emerald thing where he is still guarding it and all that. But I'm going to have to do it in such a way where he, where either the Master Emerald is a part of the universe, or I don't know. I'm definitely going to have to look into it there. But yeah, there definitely is a lot of work that needs to be done in regards to explaining Knuckles' disappearance from Radical Train, or even Tails to a degree. Although Tails kind of... He should be there. I don't really... Yeah, even Tails is a bit confusing, to be honest. But at least he is there when they go to Kingdom Valley. You know, he is there next to the mirror. So there is that, I guess. But that's always confused me too, how they, you know, they're just not there. You know, Tails is there next to the Kingdom Valley mirror. He goes into Kingdom Valley and then he's not there. But yeah, that and Sonic's connection to Tails and Knuckles when he goes back in time, yeah, it is confusing if Tails and Knuckles is past Tails and Knuckles or present Tails and Knuckles that have gone back in time with Sonic, but we just didn't see them. Yeah, it's very confusing, unfortunately. I think it is better to just have them there. It makes it easier rather than, oh hey, we're gonna do our own thing, and they do their own thing, but then they meet up with another Sonic from the future. You know, it just seems a bit eh. And I guess, you know, that could work, but it depends. Like, if Chaos is open to implementing Tails and Knuckles more often in both gameplay and in the cutscenes, where Silver's ganging up Sonic for Kingdom Valley, maybe then that could work. But if he's leaning more in the direction of staying more faithful, then it's probably better to, you know, yeah, have it so they do their own thing and they meet up with Sonic from the future. But Wait, is Angel Island canon to 06? Not to my knowledge. I mean, according to Generations, it is, but I've always treated 06 as a reboot to the series, and then basically, like it's its own spin-offy kind of a game, you know, like a, what do they call it? Like the storybook adventures, what do they call them? I think it is storybook adventure. The Secret Rings and Black Knight. Yeah, I just tend to look at 06 that way, like it's its own spin-offy kind of game. But yeah, there hasn't been any real evidence to support that it is a part of the universe. Mind you, there is a bit of an inconsistency in that regard, how they do have an adventure with GUN and the President, but how 06 has GUN and the President, but no mention of the Master Emerald or Angel Island. So, yeah, it's a bit iffy with the consistency there. Since it was meant to be a reboot, it does explain why there's no mention, but at the same time, it doesn't explain why they wanted to go back to their roots, but at the same time reboot the franchise by not mentioning elements from the past. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing's confusing, really. The freaky thing is I can actually see cutscenes like these recreated using Pure 6 graphics, because you know this is all in game. I should say in game, but it's using the in-game models, and I'm trying to remember if they. No, it is pre-rendered, but it's not pre-rendered by Blur. But still would require a crap ton of work, but I can see scenes like these being recreated. It's why I'm confident in the E3 2005 teaser being recreated using Pure 6. Again, still a crap ton of work, but I do think it's plausible. See, I freaking love that. Why fight for those that persecute you? It's just, yeah, and the line in the end. The world chooses to become my enemy. I will fight like I always have. Just, yeah, man, this it really did have the potential, you know. I'm gonna have to replay those credits, because, yeah, it's something. Okay, I've got a suspicion, because I've already confirmed that the credits, whatever build the credits were recorded with, I do know for a fact it is a different build to what we got in the form of the final. Because while there's only one difference, that's still enough to confirm that it's a different build, you know? So now I need to check everything in case there is more. Because I'm sure there is, and you know what? Even if there isn't, it still wouldn't be a bad idea to really just compare it, just in case there is minor differences from like camera changes to particle changes, maybe even environment changes. I doubt that, but who knows? It's your six, who knows? Yeah, true that. Yeah, and P25, I do intend to bring back the Master Emerald, but what form or what kind of a role that's going to take, I'm not really sure at the moment. Like, the best I've got is merging elements of rivals, because thankfully, using its resources, it increases the chances of me turning this into a reality that much more. There's more chemistry with those games, and it definitely could add to the campaigns. Likewise, merging in with the 06 elements. Yeah, I always seem to have a blast playing PR6. I think that's why I just seem to want to point out as much as I can to fix it. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. I completely forgot about that, but no, I remember now. Yeah, that is 100% different. Particle right there. I thought it was a video effect, but no, that actually, yeah, that is 100% a different particle effect in the actual in-game cutscene. So yeah, 100% easily a different build. Yeah, I really ought to compare this. It's a crime that I haven't already. I feel bad for not doing this, especially when I discovered there was a difference in Silver's credits. Yeah, I really ought to get on top of that, because that's really just... It's a video waiting to happen. And okay, there might not be as many differences as I'm hoping there is, but just knowing that there's two is enough for me to want to, do stuff with it, Yeah, that's saddening, man. That's just saddening. As far back as Rivals 2 and Chronicles. Like, bruh. That's just... Oh, man. Like, I know they made Knuckles kind of stupid in Boom, but, they could have at least mentioned it there. Although, having said that, I mean, if they did... Oh, man, if they did, who knows? Maybe the fans would have been like, well, yay, we got the Master Emerald, but how dare you treat Knuckles this way, It just doesn't go together. A dumb Knuckles guarding the Master Emerald. Whatever. Maybe that's the reason they didn't do it. But yeah, that's a real shame. Like, not even Forces tried to look into this. Like, I remember theorizing that perhaps the Master Emerald could have been relevant to the Phantom Ruby, maybe. Like, they harnessed its energy to create the Phantom Ruby or some fancy jazz like that, but... No. It is disappointing. I do hope to see GUN, the Chaos Emeralds, and all of that in some Sonic movies. That'd be cool. Some might not be into it, but given what we got in the movie, I think it's I think it could be a possibility. They've already got the Echidna tribe. We've already got Tails, although that's not saying much, but still. It's mainly the Echidna tribe that really is, planted that seed for any, any of the GUN or Chaos Emerald elements. Just that whole aspect of the Adventure series, Adventure era. I just hope Metal Sonic shows up in a movie. Yeah, me too. But for that to become a reality, it's gonna need to be done in such a way where Eggman becomes so, like, attached to Sonic, like, obsessed with him, trying to get him back, that he creates Metal Sonic, you know? That's the only way I could see that happening. And, you know, maybe this is the right time for that to happen, because, you know, he's, you know, trapped in this dimension, he's trying to find a way back home, and, okay, there's no technology where he is, but, you know, with a genius like that, who knows? Anything's achievable. He even said so himself, he'll be back home in time for Christmas, which, you know, when the movie was going to come out, that would have been only a month, so, yeah, who knows? Yeah, if he goes down that obsession path, I think we could get it. I can't see him just being, oh, Sonic, he's my enemy. And that's it. I'm just going to create a robot replica. I think he does need to become a bit more obsessed. And again, for that reason, I could see that happening more so when he's trapped in this dimension. Because, okay, while there's no technology, I think him being stranded in this dimension is the perfect time for him to create metal, and at least that way it would kind of, you know, it would implement elements of CD and Sonic 2 into this one movie, you know, around the same time they came out, you know, having Metal and Tails as the focus. From memory, they were aiming to make a trilogy, so I think, yeah, at the least 3 movies. Like, it would be great if we got more, but I'm only saying that if they're gonna be good, you know? Like, what's the point of having movies if they're not good? And, you know, this first movie that we got is a step in the right direction, I reckon. It's, it has set up a sequel. I'm definitely pumped to see more. And hopefully they'll do it right, you know? Hopefully they won't, you know, just chuck in Tails and be like, yeah, I'm here, now let's battle some government stuff. And, I don't know, just do something that's not really... Like, you don't want to be having Eggman as the villain for all the movies, but at the same time, like, again, I feel like we do have, you know, the leads, the potential there to make like Metal Sonic as the villain, because that way it's not just Eggman. Be the perfect way to bring him into it, I reckon. But yeah, how are we going for time? Okay, I might go for about half an hour more. I might have to wrap up. How's the video going? Is that 100% uploaded? Let's go. How's the processing going? 25%. Okay, that's getting there. That's getting there. Man, I was going so, like, back and forth editing it, trying to get it right, and every time I'd render it and review the video, I'd find something else that I missed, and I was like, what? No! Just one freaking difference in the bloody 24-minute video. It's like, god damn it. But yeah, tis what it is, I guess. What is up, Emily? How you going today? Being more than a trillion there. Yeah. Yeah, like, I believe we will get 3 movies, unless the second one bombs. I don't see that happening, but we'll see. Again, unless they, like, just try to do something fancy and it's like, oh, we're Hollywood, we can do whatever we want. You know, the first one was a success, it'll be fine. But no, I don't think so, because, you know, there's that many people involved with the first movie that's going to be working on the second movie. I just don't see them taking that wrong route, you know? I mean, hopefully I'm not wrong, but, you know, with someone like Tyson Hess on board, I think they'll do fine. But let's just hope that nobody higher up goes, no, we're shutting you down, we don't want to listen to your creative feedback, we're doing what we want. And, yeah, so that would be not a good move to make. Okay, so I won't do Lost Episode. I'll save that for another stream. But for right now, I think we should... Yeah, we can focus on doing some S ranks and making a start on hard. I don't think I'll do the DLC this time, because, yeah, not gonna lie, that does take... it does take a while, even for me. What are you uploading anyway? Nothing special. Just a dub of some gameplay from the fan game Adventure Chronicles. I actually did post this a couple of days ago, but the only difference with the one I posted a couple of days ago was it had music, and I wanted to post one without music, so that way you can really hear the sound design that I've done for the showcase. But yeah, I've been working on this dub for a while. Basically, yeah, just to dub the trilogy of the trilogy of showcases that we've received. To dub the gameplay with modern sound design, to give it some some R6 and unleashed sound design to the gameplay, because you know if you listen to the original, it does have elements of those game sounds, but there definitely is elements that I would have done differently. So yeah, it's basically the point of the video to kind of show how I would have approached the sound design. And you know, I like a challenge, trying to dub gameplay. It's no easy task, especially how much goes into it. But yeah, I think it is the most complicated sound dub I've done, because outside of the OVA dub, I have done gameplay dubs in the past, but they're pretty short, because you know I don't particularly like doing long gameplay dubs, because you know they do take a while. But yeah, this time around I made an exception, because I had regrets not doing it, because a year ago I did a dub of Silver's showcase, but yeah, I had regrets not doing the other two, which is why I've returned this time around. So yeah. But yeah, this was the last dub that was on my to-do list, and thankfully now that this is done, I can focus on other projects like the TGS explanation video, even the OVA dub. Finally, I was hoping to get the TGS explanation video out this year, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen, because the way things are going right now, it's just I've only recorded the commentary talking about the tech demo, and only the tech demo, when I want to talk about the TGS06 demo. Because the whole point of the video is to mainly explain what the differences are between the two TGS demos, and why they are two separate demos, because to this day people will look up Sonic 06 TGS, and instead of resulting in TGS06, it results in TGS05. So yeah, the video is to make that clear, to point out that there is two separate builds, and yeah, to point out what is different. In the same way I kind of did with the E3 explanation video, pointing out stuff that may have gone unnoticed, which that too does need updating, but all in due time. Okay, so far so good. I don't think I've lost too much. Try and do this. That looks so fucking unnatural. Like, it looks natural but unnatural because it's in OG and it's without rotation interpolation. Like, I've tried so hard to imagine how this would have looked without rotation interpolation. And I've tried even making mock-ups in video form, like video editing. But, you know, it's like, wow, we've actually got it now. It's freaking insane. But you know what? It's not actually as bad as I was expecting it to be, and the reason for that is because there is a lot of cameras that are, you know, present in the chain jump segments. Because, you know, if you take those cameras away, you can see the snap even now. Like, you know, with the chain jumps where there is no camera change, you can see a bit of a jump. But you know what? Even then, though, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. So, yeah, because I thought since the hitbox also does update, it really would have jumped. And in some cases where this same code happens, it does jump. But I don't know. Maybe it's related to the Mark Speed camera because, you know, that being a lot more slow and zoomed in, maybe that has contributed to it looking a bit more smooth looking, maybe. I don't know. But regardless, it's I'm glad it's not as bad as I was expecting it to be, even with that rotation interpolation. But, you know, now with rotation interpolation, it just looks amazing. Yeah, I'll have to put on P25 after I'm done here. Pushing through 6, you can jump ahead of like spin dash. The animation used for this jump was already in the files and just never used. Or did you guys have to handle this? Are you referring to the spin dash jump or the spin kick jump? Because I know there's a fancy animation that plays when you do a spin kick and jump out of that. But from memory, spin dash jumping is just the normal jump animation. But yeah, if you're referring to the spin kick jump animation, that is in the files unused. It's still unclear if it was meant to be used for jumping out of a spin kick. But regardless if it is or isn't, it looks abnormally natural. And for that reason, I have no complaints. So, yeah. Like, I do point this out in the PR6 review that, you know, you can do something similar in SA2 where you can jump out of, like, a somersault or whatever it is. And, yeah, he plays a fancy animation there. So, in that regard, yeah, it does seem very natural, abnormally natural, that Sonic looks the same as this in PR6, playing this animation after, spin kick jumping. Ooh. See, that's the only, like, downside to the chain jumps, because it really just stores the momentum, which is eerie to think about how that's... Like, even if I move, yeah, he's very delayed. Yeah, like, even if I were to jump out with the gems, try to switch them as I'm doing the chain jump, I can't do that anymore. So this has, no joke, confirmed to me what it is that causes the gem switch to lock sometimes in gameplay, and it is in fact the launching states. Because I thought it was specific obstacles, but no, it is the actual launching states. Although I do say that sometimes it is the obstacles, because take for example the dash panels here. I can't switch gems immediately after interacting with them. I know that much is related to the dash panels because there is actually a delay code, and that state prevents you from switching gems. But in cases of chain jumps, and I'm assuming normal like jump panels and springs and all that, that is also related to the state. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. But yeah, PR6 did add some cool-looking animations. You know, some are unused, some are custom. I think the only one I'm not really a fan of is the pole launching, because, you know, I get why it was done, but I prefer how it would have been done, just going from that reverse pole into the fall animation. Like, even if the fall was slightly tilted a little bit to kind of show him, you know, a little bit animated there from his recovery. But, nah, a custom animation instead. Yeah, not really on board with that, but that's just me. No! I wonder if I can still get an S rank. If I can just ring attack the damn thing when I get to the second section. Yeah, I think you're talking about the spinking jump. Shatter currently does the same thing, and holy crap, again, it just looks so goddamn natural. So, there's no evidence to support that it was meant to be for the spin kick jump. You know, this is never seen in the trailers or the E3 demo. But again, it looks abnormally natural in PR6, so it wouldn't surprise me if that is what, you know, the purpose of it was. Alright, let's try and ring attack this. Hey, got the capsule, let's go. Yeah, see, like, there's a camera there, there was a camera there, and there also was a camera there. So, okay, yeah. So, for that first segment there is, let's see here, coming up. Yeah, kind of. Again, I think it's just delayed. That's the deal here. But regardless, even if it is or isn't delayed, and there was like a separate camera, just knowing that there's a camera definitely is going to make it look a bit more smooth. Which is probably why that last chain jump sequence looks a bit more noticeable, because there is no camera change there. So, yeah, alright. That was my cool. That was my first drawing. I can't really see it. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. I can't really... From what I can see, it looks awesome. But it's like, unfortunately, really small. Maybe if I do... No, that's weird, I can't. It won't let me view it. Right clicking on it. Hang on, let's see if I can bring it up. Yeah, it's weird. It looks like you took away that capability. That's a shame. We should when he finishes a home attack, maybe spin kick. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was interesting to see how they tackled his animations, because it's like you could see the elements of his animations were inspired by Sonic's, and I'm not sure if they just copy-pasted his and slightly modified it. Yeah, every time I see like unused shatter animations, it surprises me just how like acrobatic they seem to make him look, because in my opinion the homing recovery animation for Shadow compared to Sonic's is not as acrobatic as Sonic's. So, not to say that it isn't good, but it does seem like they either slowed it down or slightly modified it. I'm gonna try to do the whiff. Okay, no, I was way off. Oh well. But there is always this strategy. If I don't get blasted away, yep, let's go. Yeah, because now that I'm technically done with the game outside of Lost Story, why not? Nothing wrong with doing a few glitches here and there. Again, it's like mainly the story that I'll try to like focus on playing legitimately. Okay, so that's still light dashable. Let's go. That was actually pretty meh, to be honest, that ring attack and score attack. Hopefully the time attack helps it. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Nah, not even close. Yeah, I'm gonna need to improve my ring attack at the least. Oh no, that was custom animation. Silver's like flying or levitating kind of animation when he runs. Yeah, that was custom. Which, thank God, because you know I was always on board with that idea of having a separate animation to Silver's you know, jogging animation, because you know if you really look in his files, he doesn't have a top speedrunning animation. He only has his walking and jogging, and his jogging is used for his top speedrunning. And yeah, for that reason, it just doesn't really look complete. Okay, you could argue because of the speed he has, it's alright. And, you know, I guess that is true, but, you know, then I look at Tails, who does have two separate animations for jogging and top speedrunning, but he is like the equivalent of Silver speed, if not slower. Okay, so that was a little more like it, except for the part where it wasn't much. So I'm gonna go downstairs and try to build up both the score attack and hopefully the ring attack. Oh my, I wasn't aware that the positioning of this... Whoa! Ah! Yeah, I could see that happening. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna land on that and it's gonna blow up, isn't it? That was a waste of time, wasn't it? Alright, yeah, let's just do this again. There's, less capsules than I thought. I get it's hard, but, yeah, they really did modify that area as well, huh? One thing I wish you could do, and I completely forget if you could do this in Pure 6, but I've always wanted to be able to anti-grab on the quicksand when you are, like, using the shield to walk on the sand. Yeah, again, I completely forget if you can do this in Pure 6 or not, but, I think you can, if I recall correctly. But I haven't done it as often as I probably should, how much I would want to see that in OG. take this route. And get some rainbow rings while I'm at it. Whoa, that... Oh god. You like almost missed that. Yeah, that'd be right. Thank god I haven't got too much of a ring attack going right now. Yeah, I'm actually going to take this route to get the light dash rings. Ugh, collision plus. There we go. Wait, I'm just gonna double check this. Can I? Okay, I can do that. That's annoying. So I tried to do that before. Whatever. Get some rings there. Another rainbow ring. There's no like bowl animation because he's already in it, kind of. Yeah, not really a fan of the enemy placement. It's like set up in such a way where you could easily homing recover up into the enemy above you, which obviously you're going to take damage, you're going to fall down, that was a waste of time. Storm, oh look at that. It's charming. The result was the same anyways. Oh well. At least I've got some score attack to show for. They just love chucking birth, don't they? Alright. Do a little bit of this. Yeah, that's better. I think it's not like a perfect score attack, but that may excuse the ring loss. Be curious what you guys think about Omega's unused hover animation, because that's used. And I remember the first time I saw it, I was very unsure about it. And even now, I'm that used to seeing how it is in OG that it's hard to get used to what would have been. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And again, it's a custom animation, so you can't really expect much. But, at least there's consistency to generations now. But, yeah, the animation probably could be updated in the future. Now, I forget, do you get a gold medal for getting all the silver medals in the game? I think you do, but... in either way, I won't focus on the medals this time around. I think I'll save that for the next stream, because that way it's like, okay, at least I'm saving myself something to do when I return, because it won't just be lost episode. At least, yeah, when I return I won't have to worry about S ranking for both normal and hard. It's just going to be the medals for everyone. Which, yeah, that'll be fun. Trying to rediscover all the locations. And I wish we had this speed in Gear 6, the snowboarding. I get not everybody would be on board with this, and fair enough. But it's like you're going downhill, so I expect to go at least the equivalent of this speed or something close to it. Likewise for Crisis City, but... No! Oh, really? Oh, I just realized I don't have all the gems. Okay. Well, there goes that score attack. Still, I should be able to get it here as long as I don't take too long and I get enough rings and score. Yep, so what does he do? He runs into a goddamn freaking spike. Yep. Me too. There we go. So one thing that was brought to my attention, going back about a month or two, there's a post I made, asking if anyone could like point out the difference in one of the promotional screenshots that I was showing in the post, and I said that I would pin whoever like found the difference, yeah, with the gameplay, because there was a difference, and yeah, I was kind of curious who would get it, and. Yeah, but basically it was just an arch decoration, where in the final there's just a bunch of pillars around there that fall down. But what struck me as interesting is that the hard placement of Wave Ocean had this same placement. So with a bit of revisiting with the hard layouts, I've begun to suspect that the review builds placement may actually still be in retail, but in the form of hard. Of course, hard does have its own specific changes and differences, but there are minor differences to the geometry that do appear to be present in the hard placement, which is okay. It's something at least. Better than nothing. Because yeah, I even checked out like bloody, what's it called? The Radical Train hard placement, and I pointed this out in the P6 review that the review placement did have cargo as like obstacles for you to avoid, basically. And why do I keep getting hit? What is with my gameplay recently? Yeah, and the cargo is present in the hard placement, so yeah, pretty interesting that they did actually leave in these elements, because while it's not the same as the review builds placement, the geometry changes are for the hard layout. Again, I did the same Wolfden thing. I could have saved that if I bounded just a second later, oh well. You know, I probably could just get the S rank if I just end it now, because I'll probably get that good of a time attack that it could be up there enough to get, yeah, an S rank. That's pretty rare. You don't see that very often. The ball animation after bounding into a spring or a wide spring. Yeah, interesting how some are very specific. Okay, could have been faster, and for that reason it may not be. Ooh, yes, just let's go. Yeah, an unused hovel. It's kind of like Silver's levitation animation, but it's with Omega, and please remember that Omega is freaking huge compared to, compared to all the other Amigos. Yeah, I'd say that sums it up pretty good. It's like Silver's levitation. Yeah. Oh, man, I wouldn't have a clue, to be honest. Because I was beta testing Pure 6 on this iMac I've been using to like make videos, make music and all that. Something that's not a gaming PC and not powerful enough to run Pure 6, and for that reason, it never was in a state where I could play it the way everyone else could with a gaming PC. And it got to a point where I was like, man, I actually feel like I'm missing out, because from what I've seen of people's people's like gameplay and just video showcases of PR6 using a gaming PC, I definitely felt like I was missing out, especially being an 06 fan. And sure enough, I was, because as soon as I got a gaming PC and I could play it, it was like, wow, it's more than what I was expecting. So that's freaking phenomenal. And I'm glad I got it when I did, because the main reason I got a gaming PC was to beta test PR6, because I did feel like I was missing out both playing it as well as fully beta testing it and really being able to go to work on it. Bruh, again. Oh man, I'm so waiting for a patch for jump damage. Yeah, that'll be the day. Experiment law already. How about that? But let's try this segment. Oh, I almost gun drived into the goddamn spike. Or guillotine, whatever. Oh, man. Yeah, see, I think I prefer that the result positioning is, in front of the door. Minor, of course, but that's me. Yeah, if you look through like my previous reviews, I do show some coverage of how it looked when I would try to play any kind of Unity or 6 demo on the iMac, and yeah, it's just not good. Anything with high specs should be able to do it though. what's going on? Did I not get the S rank? Oh, okay, no, I missed that. Let's try this again. Hopefully I don't die. Yeah, I think I'll just try to get through this like I'm speedrunning it. I keep forgetting that there's more spikes in the hard version. Whoa, hello. Okay. But now what happens? Oh god, I forgot those spikes there too. Oh man. And of course they took away the checkpoint, which, you know, rightfully so. It should have been like that from the get-go, in my opinion. Okay. Alrighty then. Does the PS6 team have plans to make the multiplayer work? When we finish everything else, so would you guys make all characters playable or just something headshots? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely everyone. It was planned that everyone was supposed to be present for multiplayer, because, yeah, it was meant to go up to 4 players, for starters, and, yeah, all the Amigos were meant to be there. You know, I think the only ones that weren't planned were, like, the, you know, characters that you wouldn't really expect to be present, so, like, you know, the Supers, Snowboard Sonic, Mark Speed Sonic, and the Princess, you know, because outside of that, everyone else, yeah, they, definitely were planned, because, you know, multiplayer at one point had a story, and you know, all the 4 Kids cast actually did record the lines for the story, and I say that like there is actually stuff that they're talking about, but it's more like, hey, I need help me out here kind of thing. So I'm not sure if that means it was just scrapped early on, but at the least there would have been line usage in multiplayer, and yeah, you would have had to have helped your, you know, the second player or whatever. You'd have to help them out basically, because they've either sprung a trap or, you know, something like that. The point is that there was a lot of plans, a lot of co-op involved with the Once Upon a Time 4-player mode, but unfortunately it got scrapped. And you know, the freaky thing is, if... I don't know if I can do this right now. Yeah, let's see if I can... Yeah, if you are fortunate enough to have a second or a third controller, or a fourth controller, preferably a third controller, you can actually see some remaining code from 4-player still left in, even in the final build. So, see if I can get this working. So I have connected player 2 and player 3. If I select player 2, you can see that red 2P. Now I'm going to go back and accept as player 3 when I can get this working. Why did that dial me? Come on. Yeah, now I'll do the same with player 3. Look at that, 3-player. So, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Well, it's good that it's in the file, in the code, but it's just, it really does sadden me that it's like they actually did have this code, but it was never implemented in such a way where you could, yeah, you could basically just, yeah, play all together, 3-player, 4-player. Let's walk again. So I guess that's unplug that from the PC just then. Now, can I? That would be good. Yeah, actually, you know what? I think I can, because I do have a few, and that should be charged enough. All right, so you can hear back now with player 4 connected. Player 4! So, yeah, I can pretty much do this by even... whoops. Oh, okay, no, I can't get rid of player 1. That's unfortunate. Yeah, see, if I select player... If I try to accept or whatever with player 2 and player 3, unfortunately, yeah, nothing happens. I assume that something would have at one point, but yeah, that is a real shame. Because, like, again, it's all there. It's yeah, it's all there. Player 3, player 4. A real bummer. Because it definitely does look like there was a lot of code still there. Because I perked at this a while ago. Trying to see if I could get the split screen for 4-player working, and I did get it working. Not in a functional state, but I did find that there is code for 4 players. So yeah, I managed to trigger that and actually see it. And you can see this in my previous videos if you look. And yeah, it's like, again, there is still code here. But, it's just, yeah, it's a real bummer we didn't get what we did. That was battle. Let's see, can I can't, no, I can't switch that around. Yeah, that's alright. But yeah, it really is amazing that they've got this much still in the final. It's like, you know, they really did try to make this an amazing game, but, you know, ran out of time. Yuji decided to duck out and take some employees with him, and it's all about him apparently. Stuff finishing a project then resigning. Let's go during development, why don't we? Yeah, a lot of bad decisions, but they should have postponed it. It's as simple as that. So even for those that took over, it could have just been a case of postpone it for at least a year, and we could have gotten better, but no, they wanted their Christmas money, and Christmas money they got with a slap of bad reviews, unfortunately. But oh well, it is what it is. At least we have Pier 6, right? At least we've got that. Okay, bear with me, I'm just trying to untangle my wired controllers. Because yeah, again, I just unplugged my freaking gaming PC controller. Now it's fucking spaghetti. God damn it. Whatever, I'm gonna do that later. I'll do that after the stream. Where's that other controller? There it is. It's a bloody open with bent to find that. But yeah, anyway. Did I do this? Yeah, I did. Let's go. But in terms of like getting that to work in PR6. I don't know if it is a plan. I think right now he doesn't even want to think about it. He just wants to focus on the now, getting that done, and then after all of, you know, Shadow and Silver and Last Story, after all that's like done, including the bosses, maybe then he could look into it. Is it possible to play PR6 on iMac? No. Ish. I have received a beta testing build that does play Demo 1 on the iMac, but it is private and it is kind of buggy for that reason, that it's a beta testing build. But yeah, that was something that I fucking forgot to point out in the review as well, god damn it. Yeah, I wanted to point out that you shouldn't give up on that, because while it wasn't perfect, it did play. And I feel like he could have, and still can, you know, do things with a Mac build, a Mac port. Oh, sorry, I should have made that more clear. When I was beta testing on the iMac, I was emulating Windows. Yeah, because I've got a VR, a virtual system, where I can, yeah, emulate Windows, and that's how I was beta testing the Windows side of PR6, and that could also be why the performance on my end was really crap back then. But there is actually a beta testing build specifically for the Mac, which again, it was just Demo 1, and he only did one build and wasn't satisfied with the results. And that's why I wanted to bloody point it out in the review, and I can't believe I forgot. Maybe something to point out and release too, maybe, I don't know. Like snowboarding, singing, PR6 multiplayer, messenger, had the grinding, race, racing, this disco. Yeah, I could see something like that happening. Because I know that Tails and Shadow had something related to snowboarding. I'm not sure if that was for multiplayer. But yeah, Tails like has a line where he goes, if you time it right on the jump ramp, you can jump even higher. So I'm not sure if that was for multiplayer or if that was for single player, but regardless, that is a line for Tails. And even Shadow, he has sound effects in gameplay for snowboarding, so I'm not sure if that means anything for White Acropolis, or probably more so Crisis City, if anything. Maybe before vehicles were a thing. I don't know. But yeah, something to consider, definitely. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I guess. Well, in terms of OG, yeah, but PR6 it should be more than possible. Oh, what is this, pinball? Good gravy. I completely forgot that could happen. Okay, that behaves differently too. Yay! I did it again. What's wrong with me? Like, look, I don't blame UG for the way 06 ended up, because, like I said, if they wanted to, they really could have postponed the game. The same way they did Mania. But they didn't. So, whoever the hell that was is probably more so to blame. But even then, it's just, they should have just... should have thought things through more, because, you know, even the concept of the game is inconsistent. You know, it tries to go back to its roots while at the same time being a reboot, having NPCs, hub areas, and characters that it's just inconsistent, you know, and it seems like they were steering a bit too far away from the original objective, and I think that was the reason Yuji decided to leave. Okay, how's this processing going? Done. Let's go. Here we go. Try and do something fancy. Which, okay, I'm stupid. So much for that. I keep thinking that I got my bloody 100% save. Never mind. Even if I did time that badly. Bruh. No! Oh god, I can't believe I made that. See, that's cool. I actually really like that change, how that does feel like a shortcut. It doesn't just put you where the other spring takes you. It's like, no, it actually does put you into a rainbow ring. And that does, you know, it's like a shortcut. You skip the enemies. I like that a lot. Yeah, likewise. You know, Unleashed is a gem by itself, and it saddens me that not everyone sees it the way I do. But, it's interesting to think about how, if Ur6 was a success, how it is quite probable that we would have gotten Adventure 3 in the form of Unleashed. Now, I don't know if that even means that Unleashed would still be the same, like it would have had the same kind of plot or anything. Like at the least, it could have still been like Adventure 3 or World Adventure. But, you know, maybe following the plot of Adventure 2 and Heroes and Shadow. Not good enough. Bummer. Let's do that again. But yeah, I really do wonder, because, you know, they did set out to make Unleashed the way they did. So, if Ur6 were a success, would they have still tried to go with that gameplay formula, or would they have still given the adventure style formula of gameplay, would they have still given that a chance with another game being Adventure 3? So I'm certain that elements of Unleashed would have made it into Adventure 3 if we did get Adventure 3 in the form of the next Sonic game after 06. But yeah, it's interesting to think about what may have stayed, what may have changed. go. Oh. Yeah, I could see that happening. But it was too late. Like, I tried to turn around, but yeah, no, it just wasn't happening. No! Yeah, let's just keep going. But yeah, I think they could have dove a bit more into how Knuckles and Shadow were planned for Unleashed. Yeah, I think they could have dove more into that if we, yeah, again, got Unleashed in the form of Adventure 3. Yeah, it's funny you should say that, because, yeah, I have been beginning to suspect that myself. Because, yeah, even in Tropical Jungle, you know, after that final loop? No. Before the final loop, when you're, like, running down where he's like, let's rip! There's, like, a few rings there, and so often you can easily miss them all. And even if you don't miss them all, I can't help wonder, could you at the least like turn as you were running down, or maybe you could, like in the form of a quick step, kind of, you know, have that kind of gameplay. I don't know. I have no idea, honestly. It's like the only evidence to that is the level design, because there's nothing in the code, to my knowledge anyway, nothing in the animations. Yeah, I really have no idea on that one. But yeah, that has always struck me as curious with how they did that with the level design. Because like even in like Dusty Desert, you know, like when you do the wall running, you know, it looks like it's built in such a way where you could go, you know, you could go between up, down, or stay in the center. Yeah, very, very interesting. It could have just been a case of, you know, steering, and, you know, you just tell where you want to go, if you want to go to the upper or lower route, or stay where you are. But, yeah, interesting to think about. But there's nothing in the sounds either, so, yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, I can believe that. If R6 were successful, they would have continued doing the adventure-style gameplay, and yeah, we may have never seen the burst. Although, I say that, but, you know, I mean, see, R6 really does have a lot of like, hints that it had elements from, like, Unleashed. Oh god, there's nothing beneath me. What? Bruh! So much for that. But, yeah, as we just established with, like, the quick step, there's, like, the level design really does suggest that it could have been a thing. But, you know what? Even with the burst, the fact that Mach Speed Sonic has a gauge, and it's never used, I don't believe for a second that it was used for the gems. I really don't. And the only thing that comes to mind is a boost. And I have already confirmed that the blue gem was, you know, planned to do damage. Now, if, like the homing smash being assigned to a gem, as well as also meant to be assigned to just, you know, an ability. So basically, there's like 2 homing smashes, one for the clear gem and one for the A button homing smash. If that was also treated the same way for the blue gem having the boost, likewise another boost for just, you know, normally doing it, it could be possible that we got the blue gem we did, where it's just an instant stab of speed, and it doesn't damage enemies, when the other boost that was meant to damage enemies was a constant boost, the equivalent of the boost we get from the modern boost games. I mean, regardless, it's still very interesting, again, with like the level design. Like, even this, there's like, you can go to the rings on the right, you can go to the ones on the left, stay in the center. It's like, wow, okay. You know, there is like a bit of stuff going on here. Like, you can even see the rings before the camera changes. There's ones to the left and right, as if, like, okay, you can light dash like so, but see, like that, to the left and right. I don't know, just... Okay, this clearly is not going to be an S rank. Ripperoni. But, yeah, just... It does suggest that a lot of unleashed elements, a lot of boost elements from the quick step to the boost were planned even for 06. Probably more so for Mark Speed Sonic than normal Sonic, although again, even then, even with that said, it's like you do still have level design like Dusty Desert's wall running. Likewise, Tropical Jungle's Let's Rip area. Yeah, it is interesting to think about. God, I swear I'm taking more damage today than ever. Oh man, I really do hope for a patch one day where I can light dash as Mark Speed Sonic while jumping, because not being able to do that is not something that you do very often. It's mainly this section where you do it. As if you could dodge that. Oh god, this game. But, yeah, it's only this section where you jump and light dash. But even so, would be good to get restored. Would encourage level design to have light dash trails after jumping in more sections and stages. I swear this is just a waste of time. I mean, if I can get 500 rings, it's over. It's an instant, easy S rank. Bro, can you even avoid that? I don't even think you can avoid that. Oh. I remember playing this on my first playthrough. Yeah, for the first time, I was going through this. I had no idea that they were going to dump a Mark Speed section. I was not expecting it one bit. I was like, nah, they wouldn't do that. Okay, let's not take damage, and we may be good. It's not a lot of rings, but it'll do, given how freaking impossible I can get through this with rings still held. Okay. Probably still not an S rank, although it really depends on the time bonus. Yeah, we got it, let's go. Yeah, if we got like 7 to 10 minutes, that could have easily been an A rank. But I respect the section for that reason, how it's like even if you do a miserable first 3 sections, you can still manage to S rank it if you get enough rings. So, nah, it's a respectable move.
Since I haven't really done detail to that, but snaking shadow across the scene, she was supposed to be clothed and right.
See, to be honest, that's even got me. And it's why I can't quite figure out if that actually was single player or multiplayer story elements, because, you know, I would like to think that it's single player, because I would but, you know, given the whole, it looks like Dr. Eggman's up to the Chaos Emeralds again kind of thing, Shadow, we're in this together, it's like that was the gimmick of the co-op story. So, with that knowledge in mind, it's not that far-fetched that the line of, oh, Shadow was swept up into the tornado, you know, it's just, it's not a stretch that could have been, you know, present for the multiplayer story. You know, yeah, it's not impossible. Yeah, it does make sense. But, the only reason I don't believe this to be the case is because when Shadow goes, oh, you know, Sonic was swept up into the tornado, if I can use my glider, it's like, yo, that sets up how it is in the final. And it does. You know, he does go on the glider, so I don't know. It's, because I don't really, I can't imagine co-op having multiple sections. And maybe it did, but I just don't see that, personally. That and the glider, because, you know, yeah, with the vehicles. Because did they implement vehicles for multiplayer? I don't believe they did. From memory, they didn't. But, yeah, if it wasn't used for multiplayer, then that's even more evidence that, you know, because if they never did it, then why would they for this one, you know, even if it was early. But it definitely is very sus how little knowledge we have about how the progression would have been. As I mentioned it in the review, but, you know, it does suggest with what they are doing with the unused lines that they weren't actually trying to find a database, but rather they were just exploring the area, either to find a Chaos Emerald or just to find out more about where they are and what's going on, to find a lead on the Chaos Emeralds, perhaps. Yeah, but see, that's the weird thing, because even Shatter has lines saying he needs to help Sonic. And that's where I feel it could come back down to single player, because as you would go through Shatter's take on Crisis City, you would have to save Sonic. Because again, it's like Shatter says, "Oh, Sonic was so up into the tornado. I gotta get in the glider," kind of thing. And again, it does set up his section. You know, likewise with Sonic, it's specific to their campaign's take on it. Which maybe this could also come back to why Silver says the exact same thing as Sonic when Sonic starts Kingdom Valley. Because Silver has, "Sonic, we don't have time. Let's get to Elise right away," which is pretty much identical to how Sonic says it to Silver. Of course, it's unused, and it's probably for that reason that it is unused, how identical it already is. But it's almost like they really wanted the campaigns to be from their perspective, and for that reason they weren't afraid to change which character said what. You know, so which could also explain the tornado shenanigans being as crafty as it is. Pretty much. Oh god, what? Did I really just go in between? Oh no, not 14th today. I'm just continuing my playthrough I started on 14th. Because I could have continued playing it on the day, but I would have been playing it for another good 44 hours. Flame for a second. Oh, I think I interrupted the bloody Sky Gem pulling me with a homing recovery. Sheesh. Oh, come on. It's never betrayed me before. Why now? Why? Actually, I have an idea. Just to kind of spice things up a bit. Because I was meaning to wrap up soon. Gives me an excuse to showcase some P25. Well, I actually did ask Chaos about this, and he just ignored it, so I presume he hates it, the idea. Oh, it is beatable without getting hit. It's just, yeah. Absurdly difficult. Okay, that's not weird. Am I tripping? How come that's behaving as if... Okay, this is clearly the wrong save. Maybe it was on the hard drive. Hey, what? From memory, it's not fully working, but I think it was something for Sonic. Though, yeah, actually, no, because that would, no, it replaced Shatter's curve, never mind. That's not good. What the hell happened to my progression? Unless my Universal Serial Bus is losing it. Okay, there we go, that's better. Yeah, cool, there we go. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay, interesting. So, okay, with that knowledge in mind, it's not impossible for them to have implemented the glider. Okay, while they didn't do that for any of the, you know, stages we got, you know, it's still, yeah, while they still only did, like, the buggy, the point is they did do a vehicle. So with that, we can conclude that they could have, and perhaps did actually have the glider in a version of multiplayer. Also, the camera looks a bit different. It is because I have recreated the E3 FRV, which got a lot of trial and error, but I made sure to get it as close as I could. So I guess all that really needs work now is just the main game arc camera, which even then, that's you know, this camera was actually made by KLSX to try to recreate the E3 camera. So that plus my attempt with the FRV, I'm sure that there is, you know, some inaccuracies because the camera was made to account for the retail FRV rather than the E3 FRV, but still. Bruh, it's like the frickin' magnets to Sonic. Yeah, please, hit me, meteorites. Yeah, but to be honest, it's like I'm not gonna say too much, but playing the first version of the hover vehicle really did make me respect Urgy that much more. Like, of course, improvements have already been made, but god damn it, the first version of the hover vehicle, oh my god. Like, he has already confirmed that it plays like trash and, he doesn't intend to obviously fix it, and has fixed it. But, it's amazing that, it made me respect the original that much more. But with that said, I definitely can see the flaws of the original. Yes, it definitely is easy to, a little too easy to die. Yeah, part of me is kind of wondering if it would be wise to maybe in the future have it so it's up to the player whether they want to or not use a vehicle or not. Because instead of being forced to use, say, the glider for Crisis City, to instead have that option, where it's like, if I use my glider, I can help him out, but at the same time, I am the ultimate life form, so I could still navigate without the glider, so maybe I could try that. So that way it really is up to the player if they want to, just continue platforming or rely on a vehicle. Or even then, just in general, having it so you can spawn a vehicle whenever, wherever you want, rather it just be there waiting for you. Because I never really liked that, how it was like, oh, we predicted that you would come here, here's a vehicle. Pulling some like GUN fancy technology, something like I forget what they're called in Dragon Ball, where you can like chuck some like capsule and it turns into a vehicle. Something like that, where it's like whenever, wherever you want, you can chuck a capsule and it, spawns a GUN vehicle. Just got the yes. Let's go. Yeah, right. That would definitely. Yeah, I could see that happening. It's whether I guess Chaos is going to be interested in trying to turn that into a reality. Okay, so P25 is kind of like Pier 6, except it's a console mod. And it will do a bit more than Pier 6 in regards to like fixing the story, altering the story a bit to be a bit more better paced and just overall to tell a better story. It's also gonna try to like implement the scrap section, something that unfortunately at the moment anyway Pier 6 is not gonna focus on. So yeah, this will be a good way to merge the scrap sections or unused sections with what we got in the final. And it's come a long way. I look forward to oh, I say that like I'm gonna go can come to it. But I'll have to replay through Crisis City because I've it took a while and a lot of trial and error. But god damn it. But I did do something fancy for that. Which again, kind of, it does live up to the vision, trying to merge the scrapped sections with the retail sections. I mean, I do intend to eventually have it like the STH 2006 project, where all sections are merged. It's basically loading screenless. Because I believe that 06 can do it. Because I have done the equivalent of that, where you have multiple sections in the one area. And, you know, the game can cope with it. Whew, even the light dash failed then. Impressive. I would like to get like a Unity version of this so it is playable on PC. And thankfully, Chaos has explained that, you know, after he finishes Pier 6, he doesn't mind branching away from Pier 6 to change, to make all the specifics to build up P25, basically built off of Pier 6. So, you know, that's nice. Hopefully he's still up for doing that when he eventually finishes Pier 6. Because there are definitely are a lot of elements that I would change with Pier 6. No. Nope, still can't reach that. Try this again. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, Knuckles has a very weird glitch that I've known about for a while, but I never really confirmed it fully till just recently. Where it's basically, if you like input like really fast on the second attack, basically it can trigger the third attack. In fact, I think, let's see if I can get it. Yeah, I don't know. It's something very specific with the timing. Yeah, like that. I only pressed twice, but it did still trigger the third attack. So, I don't know what's going on there, but it is very strange, and it is frustrating when I just want to do one or two attacks and I end up going into the third. I don't even know if that's fixable, to be honest, but... Not the best score attack. but at the same time, it may still be enough if we're lucky. Let's go. It's amazing that even the FOV affects screens like this. It really does affect everything. Casino loading screens throughout the levels. Yeah, likewise, because it really, it has been done in the form of the STH 2006 project, and I have already confirmed that 06 can cope with multiple sections merged together. So, yeah, I'm confident that it can be done. Okay, it's going to be a prick to recreate all the placement in such a fashion where it's merged, but I guess that gives an excuse to also fix up the flaws of some of the level design, even if most have already been removed due to patches. Ah, crap. Okay, yeah. I think I'm definitely going to do something about the game arc, because that's a little too often the camera can struggle to keep up. Took its time landing. Sheesh. Ah! Oh, fuck. Okay. Whoops. God. I wasn't expecting that. Although I guess it's no surprise, given it is an overpowered blue gem. But it's still hard to think that that blue gem really was planned, because that actually is the demo's blue gem. It's identical to the code, which really does give the impression that it was meant to damage. Oh man, really gotta do something about that bound attack. Because the radius for the bound is just... it could be so much more. Or just in general, disable Sonic's invulnerability. Sorry, disable his vulnerability, make him invulnerable. You know, because it's just... It needs it, you know, in the same way that he's invulnerable when, like spin kicking, for example. See what I mean? Like those Karger placement it is like identical to how the review build looked. Just again, it's cool that they did leave in elements like these. I can't believe I got too close. No. God damn it. So much for ring attack. Jeez. Can only hurt for time attack and score attack. And holy crap, I can't believe I made it. Let's go. Is there anything in particular that you really wanted to Pier 6 that Chaos didn't want? Well, for the longest time I really wanted the grind tilting because, you know, Sonic Next implemented it, and one of the early demos of Pier 6 did also implement it. But then he removed it, and I was like, I was dreading that, man. I was really just crying inside the whole time. And thankfully, only just after that review, he's considered it and he's implemented it, and he's actually liked it and kept it. So that's, I'm very, very, like, you have no idea how grateful I am that he has not just listened to me, but taken into consideration what the original game would have done, and how the level design was built around this concept, and how he has done it, and taken the time to not just implement it, but also custom animate every character to tilt left and right, which, from memory, he found a way to trick it so he could rig. We could apply the rig for Sonic's tilting left and right and apply that to everyone else. But even if he did find a trick or not, it's just he did that for me, basically. And that is just, it means the world to me. Yeah, that was the one thing that I kept on going, man, I can't express it enough. This, in my opinion, really, really needs to change. And, yeah, that's changed now, and it's freaking amazing. I freaking love it. You know, I can see why he wanted to avoid having that as an option. But, you know, if there's anyone that does prefer the way it, you know, has performed in Demo 3, I don't know. It would have been good to have it as an option, but I am grateful the way it is right now. But in terms of like right now, what's like bugging me that I'm hoping he'll implement? I mean, the mission completed was also bugging me, but that too has been implemented. Likewise, the Crisis City Tornado thing. You know, a lot of my like main issues have been removed, which is amazing. There was something that I can't remember at the top of my mind right now, but had to have been for Sonic. I guess you could say him deciding not to, like he doesn't want to do the multiple sections, like merged together. loading screenless. Because, yeah, for a while I was saying, hey man, maybe you should consider this, because, you know, it works better, in my opinion. We'll really be cutting down on the loading screens and the loading times and all that by just having it as one stage, one section, one stage. But you know, I have respected his wishes that he isn't going to do that, and you know, again, you know, that's really where P25 will branch away, I guess, from Pier 6. Because that and the scrap sections being merged into one area is something that that's how I would approach it, but Pier 6 weren't. But again, I've respected his wishes on that. That's how he wants to do it. But yeah, if it were up to me, I would be merging it. Same for like the hub worlds, just to really cut down on the load times, load screens. Now, I wonder... Is this... Okay, no, this should... Yeah, no, this should be fine. Always curious about the context of unused 6 lines. For example, when Rouge says, "Hey Shadow, how about a little contest to see which one of us is the better special agent?" Yeah, I think that was for town missions. Because, you know, there are lines that are used for town missions. You know, you've got where Tails is like, "Here you go, Knuckles," for the Musketeer town mission, and various other unused lines and used lines. Like, there's even one where Knuckles is like, "Oh, ring 3 bells within said time limit. Sonic, you should be able to do it." And that, obviously, yeah, is referring to when Sonic has to ring the bells to unlock the aquatic base area. Given that line, it does suggest that it was meant to be a town mission, and if I recall correctly, in the text it was planned to be a town mission. But for whatever reason it changed. So, oh well. I have hope that, you know, one day Pier 6 can bring back a lot of unused town mission elements. Be they scrapped or just semi-used, semi-unused. For some reason, every time I try to take this goddamn route, it always seems to betray me. And I pointed this out in the review as well, how sometimes, well actually no, all times pretty much, in OG, enemies and objects take priority with a lock-on over rails, and it really does show here. What a nightmare. Okay, now this is where it's gonna get funky. Yeah, that should be great. See, if it were up to me, I would have tackled Silver's campaign next, not Shadow's. I mean, that's just my personal preference anyway, but... You know, everyone has been very patient with Shadow, and, you know... I can see how much they've wanted Shadow, why, for that reason, Chaos has tackled Shadow next. But, yeah, it's... I do get it, but if I were doing it, I would just to be in chronological order to how you unlock campaigns in the game. I would have done Silver's next, in the same way I did Silver's team for the character swaps before doing Shadows. So, yeah. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but yeah. Thanks to the FRV, and I can't believe it's the FRV that did this, but just by expanding the view just a wee little bit, it literally fixed the slowdown that occurs in the results screen. Yeah, like actually, just from an FRV slightly modified to match E3, it's like, bruh, really? Like, this could have so easily been avoided in the final. Anyway,
Let's do some use click
there's many ways to approach that, I guess, because on one hand you could have that play like as he is on the grinding wind, like let's say at the near the end of Section 3 Kingdom Valley, maybe, in that long grinding wind path. Or it could be the floating wind, for that matter. So when he says riding it, it sounds like he's almost gliding with it, rather floating. Yeah, it could be either one, really. I would guess floating, but when he says riding, it just, yeah. Many ways to approach that, I guess, but yeah. How much more have we got to do? So, Tropical Jungle, Kingdom Valley, one take on Aquatic Base, boss-wise, just Evilus? Just Evilus, okay. So we're not too bad. Yeah, I think I'll finish off Sonic and I might wrap it up. Yeah, alright. Didn't Sonic, yeah, wasn't it Jason that voiced, Jet in the games that... So I know that they got Michael Yurchak to voice Jet, but I don't think that was with Jason. I wouldn't think so anyway, given Jason, you know, Jason does multiple characters outside of Sonic. Yeah, actually, if I recall correctly, I think he even does an extra in this game. I know he definitely does in Unleashed, but I forget if he... I think he does. I'll have to double check though. Not really proud of this animation I've currently got for the anti-grav recovery. But the problem is that there is no actual animation for them recovering from an anti-grav. There's nothing unused in the files, it's just, yeah, there's nothing at all. So I had to make do with what is in the files. So I still have to experiment a bit more with that. Hopefully I come up with something interesting. Best song show and shit. Like, I haven't really... Yeah. Like, I've heard enough of Roger and Kirk as Sonic and Shadow, but... Yurchak, I'm not sure about, because, you know... I know his work... Well, I know both Roger and Kirk and Yurchak's performance from Naruto, you know, with Kisame, Deidara, and Derby. Ironically, all Akatsuki members. Nah, seriously though, I swear that they looked at the Naruto cast and were like, hey, let's get them on board for, you know, Sonic. Like even Kate Higgins as Tails for Gens. It's like, what's happening? What's going on? Yeah. I feel the same. It's like Naruto, he's amazing in that. He's just not a good Sonic in my opinion. It just, yeah, it just doesn't suit him. Like, somehow, I don't know what it is, but somehow I can get used to him with his boom design, and maybe that's it because of the boom design. But with his, you know, regular, like, you know, Earth 6 Unleashed Generations Forces kind of look, I don't, you know, it just, that's Jason, that's not Roger, you know? Maybe that's just me, but it just doesn't suit it in my opinion. I should have gone for those bloody enemies to get the radical. Hopefully that's not going to be costly. It's going to be costly. No! I probably could have got the S rank too. Bummer. I mean, thankfully it's not too big of a stage. An easy speedrun. I was gonna say, yeah, with Colleen as Tails now, another Naruto voice. Both Ina and Konohamaru. Yeah, in my opinion, she's a bit overused. Don't get me wrong, still a good voice actress, but yeah, just a wee bit overused. I mean, you could say the same for like Laura Bailey or Roger. Still, good for her that she got the role of Tails in the Sonic movie. That's something to be proud of. Because they could have easily been like, no, we're getting an actor for this, we're getting someone high up. So, nah, good on her. Makes me wonder if they're gonna, you know, keep her for the sequel. I wouldn't be surprised if they get someone else. But I can't help but wonder, you know. Because if they do keep her, that could open up the doors more to Ben Schwartz to voice Sonic and replace Roger. Which I think I could get used to that. Because I didn't mind him as Sonic's voice. I think it was just the script that I was a bit about. I didn't hate it, I just, I did feel like there was a lot of, like, 90s kind of, like, things that he said in the movie. I can't seem to turn around, it just won't let me. Please. Can I, no, it's not gonna work. Okay, I'll just fall. And it turned around even when I landed! No! Even then, when I didn't do a homing attack, good gravy. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Right, yeah. Because I wasn't even watching an episode, I was just, I was watching a bloody, what is it, like a Sonic, Broom Sonic being a sassy dork, or whatever that video is. It's freaking hilarious, just the highlights of Broom. And I was rewatching that, and I was like, you know what, Roger as this Sonic actually works. It does. At least in my opinion. But, yeah. But that is the Sonic we get from the games. Yeah, no, just either get back Jason or, you know, give Ben Schwartz a try, maybe. I'd be very interested to see that in action. Yeah, Ben Schwartz in a game. I was hoping that they would do some kind of movie take. No, sorry, game take on the movie, but doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Unless it is the 30th anniversary game, which I doubt, but who knows? Anything's possible now, given the state of the franchise. I also just like Silver's new voice. Who, Quentin Flynn, or the guy that replaced Quentin Flynn in TSR? I mean, either way, I do prefer 6 Silver over both. Yeah, Pete Capella is just... You just can't. He's the best, you know? He is his voice, in my opinion, but... Because people have tried to replicate that, and, you know, good on them for trying, but... Pete's just got an iconic voice, and that is what makes Silver's voice so iconic and original. And that's another voice actor too, Quentin Flynn. He's, again, very overused in my opinion. Another Naruto voice actor. Um, who, ironically, how Roger Kirk-Smith voiced Datara, Quentin Flynn at one point in time actually voiced an early Datara, but he's more commonly known for his role as Iruka from Naruto. And there are various other characters and villains and all that, but mainly Iruka. But you know, even in the Crash franchise, you know, he's voiced a few characters there. Oh yeah, Ryan. Yeah, I saw that. Oh my god. It almost made me shed a tear to hear Pete again as Silver. Unbelievable. And I can't believe how much I was enjoying Ryan as Sonic, because I honestly am not a fan of him in Adventure 1 and 2. But hearing him as Sonic, I don't know what it is. Maybe it was the direction. Maybe, you know, Ryan has had a bit of time to get a feel for how Sonic should sound. Maybe that's to do with it, or the direction, or maybe a bit of both. But I was like, oh my god, is this really Ryan? This really works. Let's freaking go. I thought for sure that I'd be wanting Jason, but, you know, I was like, you know what? No, I can actually get used to this. No, missed it, damn it. Yeah, I was very impressed with his performance. A lot more than I was expecting. And that, with Pete's return, and Mike, of course, as Eggman, god damn it, just, wow. What an amazing shot. Someone seriously needs to get in there and animate this stuff, you know? Be it someone who's just, you know, a fan, not even related to the project, or that they do hire some animators, whatever. Just, it needs to happen, because there is a lot of potential there, and more so that, you know, we actually do have the legit game voice actors. I really do hope we get Pete again as Silver, because, yeah, just, he didn't get enough time, you know? He really didn't, you know? We only really got him in 06 and a bit in Rivals 2. I can't even remember if we got him in anything else. We probably could have got him in Sonic X too, if, you know, if they did another season, and the fact that they didn't really does sadden me. Yeah, you know, just, he didn't get enough time as Silver, and what a real shame. I feel like they should give him another chance. To voice Iruka until they replaced him in the final episodes of Shippuden and Boruto. That's right. Wait! Boruto? No! Oh, I thought it was just the last episodes of fucking Naruto Shippuden. No! I can't believe he's actually, like, fully gone, because... And the reason I'm geeking out so much is because there is an OVA of the day Naruto became the Hokage, and Quentin Flynn voiced Iruka then and there, and that's in the Boruto era. Oh, there is an inconsistency there. I'm not happy with that. Whatever. I'm going off on my tangent as I always do. Nah, but for Shippuden though, yeah, they really. I know he was like doing a game, or he had a contract and he just couldn't make it for Naruto, but still, what a shame. I'm surprised they didn't try to get him back to, you know, record later on and, you know, replace whoever is currently voicing him. I mean, maybe he's had enough. But, still. It's a shame that there is an inconsistency from the transition from Shippuden to Boruto, but anyway. What the hell am I doing? Okay, that failed miserably. Let me try this again. Now that'd be interesting. What if we got Yuri Lowenthal as Sonic for a change? Like, not for reals, I'm just saying, like, hypothetically. Would he make a good Sonic? Because he's got that too cool for school thing with Sasuke. And realistically speaking, yeah, it more than likely wouldn't happen. You know, especially after his big role as Spider-Man. I like that I knew it was him immediately, without needing to look it up. Why can't I light dash? What the hell's going on? Yo, bro, what the hell? Did they disable the light dash for the hard version of Tropical Jungle? I think they did, because I definitely cannot light dash there. God. Okay, there we go. Hit the bloody... There we go. Okay. Oh, yes, and they replaced these robots here. Oh, hello. Goodbye. And now, the main event at hand. That was pretty Aether, not gonna lie. Yeah, nah, not even close, except for the part where it was close, but not close enough. Bummer. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, if we get Jason as Shadow, that's definitely the way to go. Yeah, like, if we got that with, like, a nowadays Sonic game, I could actually get used to that. Because while the direction of adventure did put a strain on the performances for both David and Ryan and all that, I think with the nowadays games and the nowadays direction, it would be a bit more clear what's aimed for, and especially after hearing, you know, the performances with Ryan with that Sonic Tails R. God damn it, that's just... I actually do want to see them again, you know? And, you know, for Ryan, that's saying a lot, given I wasn't a big fan of his performance in Adventure. And again, it could be to do with the direction. Yeah, I'm still just sort of surprised how... Like, I just was not expecting that from him. So it was like he was merging, like, his take on Sonic with Jason's performance, almost? I don't know. Just something really worked about it, in my opinion. Whoa, okay. Woohoo! Speed. Let's go. Why did you not look onto the goddamn branch? Rail branch thing? God, this stage can sometimes be a prick, not gonna lie. Let's check this again. Yeah, even with assisted attributes. Oh man, I'm really hoping for fluidity. For that to really just merge, well, not merge, but to smoothly carry like momentum from one speed to the next. Because I forget if it does do that, but it certainly would be nice to have that. Yeah, it's still inconsistent, unfortunately, with that radius for the shield. Which, again, I think it's just a case of make Sonic invulnerable when in a bound state and in a shield state. Oh yeah, likewise, that would have been freaking amazing. Because how they incorporated elements from, like, Adventure, Sonic X, I don't know if they would have done something like this for 06 elements, but I think at the least we could have potentially gotten Blaze and Silver, and that's saddening to think about. Oh god, that's weird. I don't know why, but for some cursed reason, when you use the shield, you cannot light dash on rings when you were like running on the water or quicksand. You have to disable the shield, and then you can light dash. It's so bizarre, but you know, that's just the way it was coded, I guess. Pretty meh. Oh, you fucking... You would do that, wouldn't you? I knew I should have gone for the enemies below. Fucking typical. Princess was hoping to be asked to voice her again after being official with an ending, but then it didn't happen for some reason? Whoa! The disrespect. Wow. So, okay, he was up for it. He was waiting to be asked, but they didn't. Whoa. I wonder if that's related to the voice actor of Shino. I forget the guy's name who originally voiced him, but like Gara's sensei, and Zaku, whoever voiced those characters originally voiced Shino, and he eventually got replaced with the one we know and love from both Part 1 and Shippuden and Boruto. Even Itachi, I forget who voiced him. I don't even remember if he voiced another character, but it was a lot darker sounding before they got Crispin Freeman on board, which I think I do prefer Crispin over this other guy, but still, it makes me wonder if maybe they just were unavailable for an episode and they too got replaced and never got asked back. Yeah, interesting to think about. Oh, but that time I managed to shield through all of them. Yeah, wow, that's just so inconsistent. For reals. let's not keep going. For a change. It would indeed. Yeah, for consistency. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't like the Japanese cast the same from day one, like Adventure 1 up to now? They've still got the same voice actors. I mean, at the least I know they've been going a lot longer than the 4Kids cast. And the Roger cast. Oh my lord. So you can actually brake, and that turns you around? What? It's not like I successfully turned around, because the brake, like, cancelled my running or whatever. Or just collision interaction, what the hell? Come back if they try to get them again. Previously voiced them, but then they come back if they asked. Yeah, I could see that, because, you know, they did it with the Crash series. You know, they had voice actors, and then they came and went, but then they came back for, like, the Insane Trilogy. It's like, okay, so, you know, why can't we have that with a Sonic franchise? Okay, let's try this again. Ooh. Not a whole lot of enemies, mind you, but still, it might be enough to get that 49,9502 50k. Yeah, let's go. With anger and sadness. Did I do something? What's wrong? Do you think there's any way that the PS16 would be able to get the game onto consoles? Oh yeah, definitely. It's just a matter of time, because, you know, we've already got it on the Switch. Yeah, give it time. It's, because I have seen Unity games just recently being ported to, I think it was the Xbox One, like a modern Xbox One, obviously, but yeah. Yeah, so if we could get it to, like, eventually, like, Series X territory, fuck, that would be something. Like, not that it would need it, really. You could port it to the Xbox One, and I'm sure it would play fine. Or maybe not, who knows? Really depends. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because Jason is a father now, and he's, you know, raising his child, so yeah, I'm sure that has put a strain on any chance of him coming back as Sonic. But you know what? Maybe as Shadow for this Sonic and Tails R thing. Maybe for that, because, you know, I don't think they're meeting up for that. I think it's just here's the script. Record it when you can, when you're free, and he does it, and that's that. At least that's how I think it goes anyway. I don't know if they actually are meeting. Maybe they are. But I would think it's like, you know, all on social media communications. Well, I didn't get it on the Switch, but Switch modders have. I briefly showed it on the Pier 6 review, where I'm going on about the care and love about Pier 6's team. But, I don't know if I've still got the video. Oh, even if I did, I'm on the PC, so I can't show it, damn it. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anything is being done with that to try and get it so it's publicly available, or has or hasn't been done already. I think a user with the name Voxel was the one that got that working, if I recall correctly. What are my thoughts on TSR? Well, let's just say I wasn't overly thrilled with Transformed. And I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I honestly did prefer Sega Racing over Transformed. So going into TSR and preferring Transformed over TSR says a lot. I respect it for what it is, but it just... I couldn't get into it. Which is pretty rare, because, you know, I do like racing games, you know. The very first game I ever played was a racing simulator. So... yeah, I don't know, just couldn't get into it. I forget, did I... yeah, I believe I did a YouTube stream playthrough of it, but, I can't even remember how much I played the game. Yeah, I don't even know if I completed it or not. I think I did. I remember going through a big chunk of the... you know, a lot of the tracks, but I don't remember the conclusion, if I fully, like, completed or not. I'd have to go back and really just watch it again. See where I left off. So I think I did beat the game, but I wasn't interested in going for all the side stuff. Like, I definitely am more interested in looking into finishing off Transformed, so I did make a start on that. Yeah, again, a very unpopular opinion. But, yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe... I don't know, I'm just weird that way, I guess. How I, you know, in the same way I prefer this over adventure. I guess. I don't know. Not to say that I don't like adventure. You know, I think they're all amazing games in their own unique ways. But, you know, I guess me growing up with this game, this being my first Sonic game, my first open world Sonic game, will always have a special place in my heart. And I guess you could say the same for All Stars Racing. Because I played that fairly early as well. Of course, I avoid them only to take one missile. Yep. Goodbye, S-Rank. Although the score attack's pretty good, I may be able to squeeze in the S-Rank if I can boost the rings. Yeah. God damn, rotation interpolation really does prevent you from jumping on sloped terrain, which is a real shame, because that's like the only flaw about this patch. I hope there's a way to fix it. That's pretty good. Nearly 200. Wait a second. Oh, okay, I see what's going on now. Yeah, I still have yet to update the placement for this. 200, let's go. Yeah, that's an easy S rank right there. Because the score and the rings are already in S rank, so yeah. For starters, the All-Star moves are far better than the transformed ones. It also had a more diverse cast of second characters, and drift moves is so satisfying to use. Yeah, it sums it up pretty well, actually. Because I definitely like the idea, that the concept behind Transformed, but yeah, just a lot of elements of its predecessor, including the gameplay, in my opinion, I just preferred. That, and if I recall correctly, they default your gameplay to be like RT or R2 to excel when, you know, I guess I'm just that used to from All-Stars with the A to accelerate, and I forget if you could switch it to A in the options. Like, if you can't, that would explain why it just bothered me. If you could, oh well, but still. I honestly can't remember, but it wouldn't surprise me if it is like that forever. So I know there have been games that have done that from past racing games that I've played. What? No! No! Again! Fucking hard! The bloody hard placement disabled the light dash. Nah, that can't be right. This just has to be because of the mod. There's no way! The hard is supposed to be better than the normal placement. It implements light dashes where normal doesn't have light dash trails. What the hell is going on? I must be tripping. It must be because of the mod. Has to be. Yeah, definitely in terms of gameplay, Sonic's is easily going to be the highlights, especially with mods with patches on it, I guess. But, truthfully, I was meant to cut a while ago. So I probably, yeah, should wrap up once I finish with Sonic. But, you know, at least that's something. I've, you know, made a start on S-ranking everything. Frees me up for the rest of the campaigns, S-ranking. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I used to know a guy who was like absolutely hate, and still probably hates, Sonic Unleashed. Like every aspect of the game, and loves, like a huge classic fan, and oh god, that's the second time. Yeah, and it just didn't matter what I said. Just, no, I disagree with you. It's like, okay, you know, everyone's got their opinions, and, you know, rightfully so. But then it got to a point where it was like, nah, your opinion's wrong. And it's like, I'm really getting sick of that. Telling me my opinion is wrong. Like, let that sink in. Like, and I know you're gonna have people like that where it's just, well, it's a fact that this game is bad, and, you know, if you like 06, your opinion is wrong. It's a fact it's a bad game, and you're just deluded if you think otherwise. The fact of the matter is that a game as bad as Sonic 06, Sonic 2006, was a good enough game to attract new audiences and encourage someone like myself to get into the Sonic franchise. And that, in my opinion, is something to be proud about. Because while it's not the best of games, could have been better, the fact that it still managed to, you know, encourage people to get into the franchise, at least it did that. Might not be saying much to many, but at the end of the day, they were trying to reboot the game, reboot the franchise in the form of 06. Start fresh, and worked out for people like me, I guess. But I'm really starting to wonder if, like, anniversary titles are the cause of Sonic's main changes, because, you know, it really did all start with 06, you know, trying to be an anniversary title and trying to be the best, ultimate Sonic game in history. It tried too hard to be an amazing game, and with the time constraints, of course it ended up the way it did. And even Generations trying to merge every Sonic game from, you know, the past in this one anniversary title to celebrate Sonic's birthday. It's like, okay, But please don't focus on just anniversary titles. But, you know, even Sonic Forces, while it did release 2017, you know, a good year plus after the 25th anniversary, it still was made as the 25th anniversary game. And look how that ended up. And I feel like we've reached a point where it's like, they're just trying to make games for the anniversaries now. Because even right now, as we approach the 30th anniversary, they're trying to get stuff happening for that. And it's like, oh boy. If only you just focused on, you know, making games, making good games, not anniversary games, maybe, just maybe, it would be in a better state. Maybe I'm wrong. But I just can't help but wonder that ever since 06, every anniversary that they've tried to pump out a game for just doesn't seem to be as good as it could have been if they were making a game for the sake of making a game. Albeit that doesn't excuse games like Rise of Lyric. And to a degree, Lost World, but yeah, whatever. That's a topic for another time. But yeah, I just can't help but wonder about the anniversary times. Like, don't get me wrong, I do understand that, you know, they want to put out a game for that anniversary, and fair enough. But given how often they're doing it, I just can't help but wonder. Oh good, I'm not alone. Yeah, because I got through the halfway point of Sonic Mania, and I had to put it down. Because it's not that I don't like it, it's just I can't play that for hours. So no, it's good to know that I'm not alone. Yeah, I'd even go as far as to say they are like a bit too protective of them touching the gameplay formula all over again. So it's like, guys, with this gameplay formula, games can be good. You can't just go, oh, look how 06 turned out and the fans detested it. Whoa, can't touch that gameplay ever again. It's like, guys, chillax, look at the previous games. Okay, well, not perfect, still hold up. Gameplay-wise. And I'm sure if nowadays, if they tried to tackle the physics and, you know, they added the right, you know, they had the time, postponed it if they needed to, and didn't rush it and polish it, I'm sure it could be something special. But they just seem to avoid that nowadays. Yeah, I've always wanted to try Lost World. I still have yet to get a Wii U. Likewise to try out Rise of Lyric, because, you know, I'm very, very eager to try that just because of how bad people claim it to be worse than 06. And, you know, I know how I feel about 06. And I know how exaggerated the game can be in reviews. So I am very curious about what I'm going to think about Rise of Lyric. Because I was very, very surprised to hear that there was a game out there, a Sonic game out there, that was actually considered worse than 06. Freaking slow down. That'd be right, wouldn't it? Sometimes I wish explosive crates did double damage. I really do. Maybe that's silly sounding. Okay. That's another thing too, being able to green gem out of the bound attack. Just a personal thing I've always wanted to see, but I doubt that will ever happen. I mean, if it does, great. Very great. Ugh. I can't believe I skipped tails. It usually never happens, but then again, you have altered attributes. Okay. It just makes people act like Sonic has not existed for 25 years. I despise that. Yeah, I think you're not like this guy that I used to know. He was just a classic, like a big classic fan and a big Unleashed hater. And it's like, okay, I get it. You know, you do, if you've, like, say, grown up with the classic era, you're going to be more nostalgic to those kinds of games. And, not really going to prefer any, like, later games. And that's, you know, that might be an opinion. But, yeah, again, it's like to say, oh, yeah, your opinion is wrong, though. It's like, bruh, come on. Like that, leave that script for Watch Merger, right? I still haven't gotten over how bloody. Oh, the Sonic movie is good. Oh man, we had all these bad reviews about the Sonic movie planned out, and oh damn it! All right, let's make a hate video about Sonic 06, what it did right and wrong, or more so wrong. 10 things that 06 did wrong. Like you fucking would, wouldn't you? Like I guarantee that they had plans to talk about how bad the Sonic movie was, but because it was actually good for a change, and they were wrong for a change. They had to let's what can we bash? We'll get away with 06. That's it. God damn it. Could they not beat a dead horse enough? Like, seriously. I feel like that's just the kind of game that 06 unfortunately is. It's just one of those games that's always going to get attacked, even, you know, like 25, 50 years down the road. It's always going to get attacked. It's never going to be in a state where people are going to try to see it for what it was trying to be, and, you know. Well, no, not even that. Not even that. To see it the way I do. To overlook its flaws. Because, you know. Oh my god, I got an achievement. But yeah, whether you like it or not, it's. They did try. It's not like they didn't. Like, yeah, if the rumored 30th anniversary game is Mania 2, Oh man, I'm not sure how to feel about that, because, you know, again, it's not like I hate Mania. You know, I did enjoy it. But again, it's not something I can play for hours, you know? And thinking about a sequel to it, I don't know. I really don't. It really depends, like, what it's going to include. If it's going to be some kind of an attempted continuation from where Force's classic Sonic left off, or something like that, you know? But even then, it really does depend on the content. And just because it's an anniversary title, doesn't have to give it the excuse to have Green Hill, Chemical Plant, and all the other classic stages, you know? I was actually surprised to not see Sky Sanctuary, but Flying Battery, still a S3K stage, sir. Woof. As someone who loves or 6 Wrestle though, because as bad as people say it is. Interesting. Okay. I wonder. I'm very. You know what though? I probably won't like it if I play it. I may have liked it had I played it when I was 7, when I played her 6 for the first time. Because I feel like when we're all younger, we tend to not look for flaws and we just play it for what it is, and that's that. I think that is the reason I didn't have a bad experience going through this game. Yeah, I can see. I can see that, yeah. Like, not everyone's gonna like the Sonic movie, and, you know, fair enough. I'm just glad that it, you know, it is the way it is. There definitely is elements that I disagree with, but compared to what could have been, yeah, it could have been a lot worse. And I'm not talking about the design. I mean just in general. There were a lot of questionable decisions from even just the script and the story, the original. Having said that, though, I haven't actually seen the Sonic movie since I saw it at the cinemas. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. I guess I don't feel the need to want to watch it again. Again, not to say that it's bad. It's just I've seen it, and I don't want to see it again to the point where it's gonna go, okay, I know the script now, I can recite everything. Because, you know, that has happened to me even with Naruto. You know, I've rewatched it so many times now that there's some episodes that I can just almost recite, like, script perfect. It's kind of frightening. And it's like, oh god, this is a big franchise, and the fact that I'm able to recite so many episodes, this is kind of bad. Maybe I should take a break. And I don't really want that to happen with the Sonic movie, so... Yeah, good end. It's a very, like, balanced movie in that regard. Yeah. Yeah, I still think that it's a good movie by itself, but it's more of like a prologue, a setup for something that could be better as its sequel, assuming they get it right. And of course, it's to be expected, you know, it is, of course, going to be for kids. But at the same time, see, this is why I feel like there is a somewhat of a lack of identity, because in terms of the script, it feels like with how Sonic acts, that he is targeting 90s kids. But, you know, we're all grown up now, so it's like, okay, but now it's for kids. You know, it's very... It's not just for kids, and it's not just for kids from the 90s. It's like trying to... it's trying to cater to both parties, basically. So... Yeah, you know what, that could be an interesting take. Just to kind of... yeah, do something new. A bit different for a change. Yeah, like, just... I don't think Izuka really gets it. But still... yeah, like, there's many ways to approach it, but when he said that he does have interest in remaking Adventure 1, there's many ways to interpret that. Like, on one hand, you could look at that like, okay, we could actually get a genuine Adventure remake with, you know, the gameplay formula and all that. But on the other hand, he could just flat out destroy it, turn it into, you know, a boost game in the form of Sonic Adventure 1 with Roger Craig Smith as Sonic and everyone, you know, from Force's cast. And I don't think many people are going to like that for something that's supposed to be a remake. Because maybe in his mind it's going to be enhancing it, but... is it? Yeah, I definitely do miss the dark and gritty aspects of Sonic franchise. It definitely... it added more depth. It made it feel a bit more real. Rather than being all, ooh, kiddie, and everything's all rainbows and special stagey. Yeah. So, okay. So you think you'll turn it into a boost game? Yeah, I mean, this is Izuka we're talking about, so it's not impossible, and the fact that it's not impossible is a bit concerning. You know, like, if... he needs to understand that, you know, the Adventure era, Earth 6 and Unleashed, they did get a lot of things right. doesn't have to be about ooh the classics and you know classic stages and classic Sonic. It doesn't have to be about wisps every game. I would have much preferred if that were just a thing specific to Sonic Colors. But, because in a way, and I don't know, maybe this is just me, but I feel like it's almost the equivalent of them making Sonic 06, and then they recycle Princess Elise and her gameplay with Sonic for future games to come. Or, you know, the same with like Shara or Chip, recycling these same characters in future games. It's like, bruh, just keep it specific to the one Sonic game that they debuted. Don't keep recycling and recycling. You know, it's just okay. Oh my god, I can't believe that's an S rank. I thought for sure, because that's a real prick to S rank sometimes. I'm sure the mods contributed to the help, but whatever. But I got an A rank? What? I got 50k! Why did that fail? Huh? What? What happened? Did I miss something? I must have modded the script, so you need like 60k or 55k for an S rank. Dude, that is... Oh. You don't trust him to pull it off. No, fair enough, fair enough. I trusted them with forces, and well, it turned out the way it did. Yeah, I just replayed Forces going back a few days ago. Yeah, I just it's not pretty. I think when I played it on my first playthrough, I was very like I was more in awe about like the new stages and locations and seeing what was new with both the game as a whole and the story and all that. Just looking for what was different, what was new. So much so that I didn't notice the gameplay. Because, yeah, it's just, I'm not a fan of it. Like, I couldn't even turn around. Like, I can turn around in this game. You know, it's not a chore where I feel like I'm on rails or, you know, I'm not on train tracks and it's difficult to turn around or some jazz like that, you know? That's the vibe I got. Yeah, that's a real shame. They really do. It's not just them, but many. It's like it's 06's fault. And to a degree, yeah, I can see why that is the main topic at hand, but still. Like, I can see why they used 06 as a reason for them to create the boost gameplay in Unleashed. And truthfully, I actually think they had something going with Unleashed. If they kept it that way and really enhanced it, I think it could have been something that worked, but... Oh god. Yeah, they just saw 06 being a failure, and that as an excuse to never touch the gameplay again. And instead of doing that, if they tried to improve upon their failures and try to enhance and merge the adventure elements with the boost gameplay, maybe it would have worked, maybe not. Because I know I hear a lot of people saying that they don't like the idea of, you know, boost gameplay merged with the adventure gameplay. And, you know, fair enough. But I do feel like there is potential there for something. I'm not sure quite what specifically, but I do feel like there is something there. Still gotta fix that bloody issue with Tails' gameplay. God damn it. On the flip side, at least it's not slowing down as much as it would if I had rings. Whew! 10k already from the score attack, let's go. Okay, maybe I was wrong, it's still slowing down, even with the particles off screen. It must be that used to Xenia gameplay. That's not good. Okay, that's, yeah, a little more like it. That would be interesting, getting some other team to tackle a Sonic game, just out of curiosity. Which I guess we almost got in the form of Mania. How about a game with sunken shutters, with characters, a well-fleshed story, like Unleashed, it sells so well. Yeah, that would be interesting. I would be up for something like that. I always wanted to see, since Shadow got a, you know, his own game, I always wanted to see a Silver game, but I know that's never going to happen. Yeah, at least that, if that were to have happened, at least that could have been a way where they could have really tried to perfect Silver's gameplay, focusing on just his gameplay for one game. Okay, so far so good. I really hope I don't mess this up. What the? Okay, that's not weird. It just flat out detonates right in front of me. Alright. Alright. Yeah, okay. Oh man, I almost flew right into that. That failed. It did. No! And of course, you went right into a freaking block. You would do that, wouldn't you? I think that should do it. Come on, show you. Show me! Show me what you can do now, tail fox. And come on, give it. There you go. I was gonna say 55 or 60. I'm getting that S rank. Oh boy. Okay, so I think we should be getting close now. Because I think that is it, right? We just got the bosses, and even then I think there's only one to do. Just Iblis, right? double check. Yep. 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 Yeah, cool. All stages are done. Let's freaking go. Yeah, so it is just Iblis phase 2, and we're done. Awesome. What is up, Nocturne? How you going today? Whoa. Might just green gem this, just to spice things up a wee bit. Yeah, like I haven't touched my physical copy of Forces since the first time I played it. Because yeah, I believe, yeah, I got it for free because I got the subscription to PlayStation Plus, so it's like, alright, I might as well since it's free. No wonder it's free. Yeah. But, yeah, it was only just a few days ago. I was like, well, yeah, alright, it's been a while, let's try it out. Oh, right, yeah, the Netflix series. Yeah, it really depends, I guess, because I don't know how long the contract was supposed to go for, but I would think that it's close to, you know, expiring, unless it already has and he's signed up again in the same way Mike did. Yeah, I really don't know, but I do feel like I want to give Ben Schwartz a chance at voicing Sonic outside of the movie. More so on a game than a TV series, but Netflix series, I should say, but you know what I mean. But still, I think I could get used to Ben Schwartz more so than Roger. That might be just me. Up, 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 up. And yeah, I blame the frickin' green gem idle animation for that transgression. Like, good god. Really? At least I got that achievement. That's something. Yeah, it just seems to work better as Boom Sonic, if anything. But as Game Sonic, yeah, I'd be more interested to see Ben Schwartz take the role on. Well, that is true. Right, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But still, you would think how, like, used and, you know, overused a voice actor is, you wouldn't want to have that someone be, you know, the main character of a main franchise. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I don't know. But it's been a while since I've seen this screen. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like some voice actors that are just that they're in every franchise there should be like a, okay, how many franchises have you been in? Oh, okay, that's a lot. Okay, well, probably not a good idea for you to be a main character, maybe a side character, or maybe an extra. You know?
I don't know.
Jason would be freaking amazing to get him back, but yeah, with him being a father now, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Maybe Ryan. I'm willing to give him a chance, especially after his work in that Sonic Tails R thing. Oh wow, so it is true. Japanese Sonic never changed. Yeah, that's just that is commitment. That is fucking commitment right there. And yeah, mad respect. Yeah, hopefully with you know, the audio, the AI voice thing that they're developing. Hopefully one day that can somehow be, you know, translated in such a way where we can have a take on Japanese Sonic for, you know, English for a change. Just out of curiosity more so, but because I mean he's more of the Sonic voice than Jason or anyone really, and I'd be willing to give that a chance. Of course, when AI gets better, of course, eventually. Yeah, wasn't Ryan supposed to voice classic Sonic? I can't remember. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely Jason for Shadow. Yeah, just Kirk doesn't suit it in my opinion. I hear too much of Kisame. And just in general, his voice just doesn't really seem to suit the character, I reckon. But again, I think with Jason, because, you know, what's going on in his life right now, we won't get him back anytime soon, which, you know, sucks, but, you know, it's life. But again, we may, if we're lucky, we may get him in the form of Shatter in this this fan project. Oh, so not classic Sonic, but potentially like an adventure era Sonic. God. See, okay, that would have been interesting actually, because if we got Roger as Boom Sonic and only Boom Sonic, and we had Ryan as, you know, modern adventure to Generations era Sonic, I think I could have gotten used to that. I think I could have gotten used to that because again, I don't mind him. I don't mind Roger as Boom Sonic. And it would have been a nice way to kind of go back and have Ryan kind of catch up as well with what he missed out on. Well, I mean, think about it, Sonic 06 unfortunately flopped. And because of that, they've taken that and almost used it as an excuse to never want to touch that formula of gameplay again. With Unleashed, it was their attempt to make a new style of gameplay, and, you know, in my opinion, in Unleashed, it worked. But since then, it's just kind of gone downhill very slowly, but with each game, it's just kind of lost something that Unleashed got right. But yeah, it's interesting to think about how, if 06 were a success, Unleashed could have potentially been something like Adventure 3 or Unleashed, but with adventure gameplay. Oh, he was going to be Adventure... He was going to be Modern Sonic, not Adventure Sonic. Yeah, see... So, okay, that really does lean in the direction of what I was saying before, how he would have voiced Modern Sonic and Roger would have voiced Broom Sonic if there was a third Sonic. Or is it just Ryan as a Modern Sonic? Oh, okay. It's weird too, because that's what I thought Forces was doing. Because it's like, okay, you know, Jen's been, you know, focusing on classic and modern Sonic, while Forces introduces a third Sonic. Which, not really introduced, but, you know, having modern Sonic, classic Sonic, or Dimension Sonic, if you will, and Broom Sonic. And as long as it wasn't Roger and Silent Sonic, could have worked, I reckon. Oh boy, I really should get back into the super mod. I have no idea, to be honest, if I'm gonna be able to get that out this year. I certainly would like to. I'm hoping to do some kind of like a Christmas release, but the way things are going, I have no idea. Oh, good. That's alright. I was gonna wrap up anyway. Yeah, it's alright. We've got a lot done. Got all of Shadow done. Got all of Sonic's S ranks done. Still gotta do the medals, but leaves me something to do after we get through last episode. What the hell's this? Oh yeah, I was experimenting with Nitro Kart between the NTSC and PAL versions because I'm weird. Yeah, I was doing a lot of glitch hunting for that game, and yeah. Anyway, with that, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And yeah, till next time, I'll see you all next time.